I don't have my gavel, but it's 9:30, and we'd like to start this meeting. They're going to get me a gavel. Beware. Okay. Good morning, and welcome to the regular open meeting of the Board of Directors of the Golden Rain Foundation of Laguna Woods, a California nonprofit mutual benefit corporation, this Tuesday, February 4th, 2020, 9:30 a.m., Laguna Woods Village Community Center Boardroom, 24351 El Toro Road, Laguna Woods, California. I'm calling this meeting to order, and we definitely have a quorum here. So now Director English will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So do we have the media back there? I can't tell the media. Oh, thank you. Okay, we are on the air. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
I have a motion to approve the agenda, and I also have some amendments, some changes. So if we can have a second. Okay, then I move to make some changes. We would like to first delete under 13.
I would like to discuss this because you can't just
A
add
point of order,
something.
I have the floor first, and let me make the changes, and then we'll discuss the agenda.
Then you can speak.
Yeah, because as long as I
Let
have
her
the floor.
finish.
Okay. So the first change I'm suggesting, moving to amend, is under 13A. We're going to delete 13A. Entertain a motion for Clubhouse 1 Ad Hoc Committee Charter. That is deleted. Then in its place, we are going to add Strategic Planning Committee Charter. So that'll take the place of 13A, because we didn't want to move all the numbers down. And, okay, and so that's the only two changes I have. Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other changes? Did you want to speak?
Yes, please. Under Civil Code 4930A, it restricts boards from discussing or taking action on any items of a non-emergency meeting unless the item was placed on the agenda, included in the notice given to the membership. I maintain that these two items that were handed around fit into that category, and so does And so does Judith's proposal to add strategic planning charter. Thank you.
With the two-thirds vote, Robert's rule says we can decide if this is considered urgent enough to add it to the agenda, so you'd have to ask for two-thirds vote.
Okay, shall we vote on it?
Well, we need to know what this emergency was and why.
Pat, I understand it is an emergency because we need to develop this particular, and you know, you're very well of this, very well. The committees and the directors have all gone over this before, okay, in the past. And the only thing we did was separate it so that it met the guidelines of our trust and also was approved by staff. So we need to start this committee because it's a very important committee. It provides an analytical gap that we never had with GRF. And it also provides a place where people can come with new ideas and be presented and analyze. So thank you.
Okay, but that is not considered an emergency.
Okay, so Robert's rule says,
Okay, now, we can vote, where the chair needs to entertain a motion to vote to deem this item urgent.
okay,
It only has to be urgent, not emergency.
okay, can we vote to deem this item urgent? All in favor? They don't know what they're,
He wants discussion for, he
Okay,
still wants to
I
have
just
discussion.
wanted to speak in favor, pointing out that we are very shortly going to be entering into the budget cycle. And we really need to have a strategic plan in place before we get into this type of work.
is there any other comments?
Okay, just, let's just go to the vote.
Pardon?
Let's just go to the vote rather than adding.
We can vote now?
Yes, vote now.
Okay. So I want to call the vote that we accept the changes.
No, first we deem this one urgent.
Oh, we deem this urgent. I'm sorry. I want to call for the vote that we deem this urgent because we definitely need to establish this committee. All right, all in favor?
Sorry, I may have a repeating of the motion and the second for the deeming of the urgency.
Is there a second?
I'm seconded.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Grant. Okay.
Can I want to
So now
call
we're
for the
ready.
vote?
Now ready for two-thirds vote.
Okay, I want to call for the vote that we deem this urgent so we can establish this committee.
All in favor?
All in favor? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It passes. Okay, so now we have to vote
On the amended.
on the amended agenda. All in favor? Okay. Thank you. Any opposed? Okay. So it's been proved. We haven't, do we have any other changes or corrections? Okay, thank you. The minutes, the approval of the agenda has passed. So now we need the approval of the minutes of the meeting. Do we have a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Second. Thank you. Okay, is there any discussion? No discussion? Okay, the minutes of the meeting pass.
One second, just let me catch up a little bit here. For the motion, it was Annette, and then the second
Yes,
was who? Joe? Okay, one second.
okay, thank you.
For Grant's.
Now I'd like to have the report of the chair, and I just want to let you know that I really appreciate staff, and I appreciate the board, and they've been very supportive of me, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate it, but I'm going to now turn it over to Judith, because she's going to speak on the report because we took a visit to the city, and there are some very hot issues right now. So she's going to speak on that.
I wasn't prepared to speak on that because my disaster preparedness report is so long, I didn't want to extend the meeting. So I put
Okay.
that aside.
Okay.
I could just tell them
Just briefly,
Okay,
yes.
there were several rumors going around, so we went in and asked Chris Macon. We wanted to know firsthand, there was 3 questions. First, about the easement that runs on Santa Maria. Yes, Third owns the property, I think we've established that, but the city has easement. And so questions keep coming up, that's some vacant land there behind the gate, and could the village use that for anything, maybe to generate revenue or some other source? So he said, yes, the city is anxious to vacate that easement back to Third, and then Third can do whatever they want with it. So and it's just, the only caveat would be Third would have to take responsibility for all the lights on that Santa Maria, the sidewalks, and any drains. And they would have to maintain those. So that's an issue for Third. But we did clarify, because there's no sale involved, they would not need the permission of any of the owners that back up to Santa Maria. That was a fallacy. If there's no sale involved, the vacation of the easement would be a very simple thing to do by Third. And then the next thing we talked about is the mall. A lot of rumors going around what's happening with the mall. It's going to be 5 to 10 years before we see anything. The state of California has this program called ARENA, and it's aerial region distribution. And what they're doing right now, the number for Laguna Woods is 2, which means our allotment is we can have 2 units on any one parcel in the city of Laguna Woods. The state of California now, because of the housing shortage, are trying to encourage cities that have commercial areas around them, which we thought would have them all, to encourage the building of low-income housing. And so they are restructuring. They targeted certain cities in the state of California, and everyone's supposed to have their information back into Sacramento by August, and then by October, the city will come back and say, this is your allotted number. Our number can go from 2 to 6 to 900. We don't know. Now, we don't have any parcels available in Laguna Woods where we can build 900 units on one parcel, but that's fine. Chris is assuming ours will come back at 500 to 600. We don't know. But a lot of cities like Newport Beach, they may go to 900. So not everybody's happy about that. Doesn't mean you have to build. That means you are allowed then to build more than what your prior restriction was. So California is lifting the restriction to encourage people to build condensed housing so people could either walk to work. Chris said, word for word, they want to keep these people off the freeways. And so they would rather people be able to walk to work or take the bus. So they want the housing built near commercial areas. And so that was the other rumor. So that is what is holding up what they're going to do with the mall. So don't bother, Chris says, tell people not to keep calling the city because they don't know, and until California tells Laguna Hills what they can put there, the owners can't even make a decision.
So they were supposed to have a decision by
By
August.
October. No,
October,
we
okay.
have to, all the cities were given all this data, they had to fill out all these questions. Then all that data goes to Sacramento and it gets analyzed, and that's how Sacramento comes up with what your allotment number is going to be, depending on how you answered the questions that they sent everyone. So they have to have their answers in to the Sacramento by August, and then by October, Sacramento will just tell everyone what their allotment is per parcel that they will be allowed to build. But it's not mandatory. So, so that did affect the mall, and that's what's holding up the mall. Is that good?
Thank you. Okay. Now, Director Troutman will speak on the disaster preparedness.
Okay. We meet on odd months, so we meet bi-monthly. And the task force is there to keep our village prepared for any major or natural disaster. We sell emergency supplies in the disaster office, which is now moved again. So they were in the closet at the end of this hall. Now they share an office with the Globe. So if you want to go over there to buy supplies, they're still downstairs, but they're closer to the back entrance of this building. So Tom Soul, who manages that office, is now called an advisor on our newly, we didn't change really the format of the task force, but now to be in compliance with the GRF bylaws, we sort of did some housekeeping. And so now our two advisors are named advisors because they handle either GRF money or they make decisions on, Bruce Bombright. He's our advisor on putting up towers where we put antennas, and those are alterations to GRF buildings, and so he has to be covered under D&O insurance. So we have our two advisors, Bruce Bombright and Tom Soul. So the radio communication is a very key element in the function of the task force. We also facilitate classes periodically on CPR, first aid, and good neighbor captain training. And a lot of people like to know, I won't go through the whole list, but Wednesday, February 12th, from 2 to 4, Clubhouse 3, Dining Room 1, is a good neighbor captain training. And I've emphasized many times, if your building doesn't have a good neighbor captain who is the key person that communicates to the main operating center who needs a first responder, whether it's fire or an ambulance, then your building's not going to get help because your phones aren't going to work. You're not going to be able to pick up a landline and call 911. And even if those are working, it's going to be so jammed, the lines are going to be so jammed, you're not going to be able to get the help on your own. So it's really important you either find someone in your building that's willing to do that. So if you're just curious of what that job is, please attend February 12th between 2 and 4, Dining Room 1, Clubhouse 3, for the Good Neighbor Captain Training. And there's a lot of benefits. You get this really cute little yellow vest, and you get some other freebies, and you get this wonderful barbecue once a year that we do in the summer months. If you want CPR training, that's going to be Tuesday, March 10th, Clubhouse 7, between 1 and 4. And to save time, I'm not going to go through the rest of the list. There's too many other important things to say. So we are also asking residents to call resident services and update your emergency contact information. We have a code red system now. So if you have a smartphone, they need to know your cell phone number because if there is an emergency, a fire, you know that the governor's really sensitive now about fire. And even in the insurance companies and California Edison, prices are all going up because of potential fires. So we need to know your emergency contact information so we can add you to the code red list and get you that urgent information as soon as possible. We also have numerous retired and active medical personnel that live here in the village. So if you have a medical background, please call myself or go over to the office or go online, pick up a form and fill it out. And then during an emergency, we use our clubhouses as our care and reception centers. You would be assigned a clubhouse to go in and just do minor first aid for people that haven't been able to been reached by the first responders yet. So your clubhouses are your care and reception centers, except for Gate 14. There is no clubhouse at Gate 14. So if you live in the Gate 14 area, you would go to Building 4008 down in the recreation room in the garage area. There, that's my area, and I will have that room open for just basic first aid and information only. And then if you have a problem or need 911, I do have a radio, I will get that information and that need straight over to the emergency operating command post, who will call for the first responders to come and help. So that's where you would go if you're in Gate 14. Our next meeting will be on March 31st, 9:30, right here in the boardroom. We will be reviewing our committee charter for the task force, which is now in compliance with GRF bylaws. And just one other thing I had to sign, and this is important, and I'm asking all of you to, those of you that don't mind writing or have a computer, I signed this letter to Congresswoman Katie Porter. Dear Congresswoman, I'm writing on behalf of Laguna Woods Village to express my report of House of Representatives Bill 5337, the Disaster Assistance Equity Act of 2019, which expands the access of Federal Emergency Management Agency, which is FEMA. In order to move this important legislation forward, I'm writing to ask you to sponsor H.R. 5337 to help ensure that Laguna Woods residents who live in a condominium or co-op receive the same financial recovery opportunities as the traditional homeowners will outside the village. Because right now, this act doesn't cover us. So I'm encouraging all of you to also write this letter. H.R. 5337 aims to correct the current inequity in the FEMA system. Community associations such as Laguna Woods are impacted by a presidentially declared natural disaster, such as a blizzard, drought, earthquake, fire, flood, hurricane, tornado, and I'd like to add one more, communicable disease. And we all know I'm talking about the coronavirus. So if this bill passes, individual homeowners in Laguna Woods cooperatives will not be reimbursed. If this bill passes, they will be reimbursed for their fair share of repair or replacement of our critical major common area elements and facilities. So I have the address if you're interested in writing. I went online and checked what the status was as of yesterday. And right now, it was sent to the writer of the bill, to Congress, so the House of Representatives. So if you want to call me at 949-326-8877, I will email you a copy of this, and then you just put your own signature at the bottom. And so and then I'll give you the address of the House of Representatives who wrote the bill. So I thought that was very important to add, and that concludes my report for disaster. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. Siobhan, the CEO report.
Honorable President, members of the board, this morning I would like to welcome Eileen Paulin, our Media and Communications Director, to give an update on the new Village Breeze. Eileen?
So we'll make it short. Good morning, everybody. This is always awkward because you have your back to somebody.
That turns around.
But,
Use the mic.
well, you ready, Frank?
Do we have a hand mic?
Well, Frank,
We should have a hand mic.
getting the visuals up. I can, but then I don't know that I can see what I'm doing from there. I guess I can watch the monitor. Got it? Anyway, I'll get started. That's a good idea, Ryan, I think. I'm here this morning to talk to you about something that we feel is.
Right, the microphone, that'd work really well.
Is that working?
Yes, great.
Problem is I have to sit down,
Oh, maybe.
which isn't
Oh, okay.
really gonna work. I'll do it from up here. I'm sorry. We'll kind of do it this way. How's that? Are we on? Thank you. Okay. I'm here today to talk to you about something that we've been working on in the Media and Communications Department for quite some time. But first of all, just to kind of back up a little bit, I know that many of you are aware of the fact that we had some reorganization at the beginning of the year here, and as of now, as of January, the Media and Communications Department is its own department. It has previously functioned under the CEO's office. Don't get me wrong, we still work very closely with the CEO's office, but we've done some organizing to try to get all of our content together so that we're using all of the different platforms that we have to reach our residents. I'm going to just real quick, while Grant's trying to do that, I want to introduce you to two people. One of them is the reason that I'm able to get up here today and talk to you about this, Elise Rothrock, wave your hand, who's back there, and our brand new Susan McCracken, who has just joined the Media and Communications Department. So I'm going to have to go ahead and use hand puppets, I think, at this point, but hopefully we'll get this pulled up. The mission of Village Management Services is to ensure that Laguna Woods Village residents receive unparalleled opportunities to enjoy the utmost in active living. The Media and Communications Department takes that mission a little bit to the next degree, which is we're here to provide essential information to the residents of Laguna Woods Village that promotes a well-informed community that optimizes the resources and amenities available to the residents of our premier private community in the West for over 55 adults. You have seen some changes. Actually, I'm going to be here 2 years next week, I believe. And one of the first things that we really tried to work on was making sure that we got all of our lines of distribution, as far as reaching each of you electronically, up and running as well as we possibly could. You've seen a lot of changes in how things look. We've tried to make them so that we're not only reaching you, but things are easier to read. They're succinct. We send out a weekly e-blast every Friday called What's Up in the Village, and I would hope that everybody hears. Does everybody here get it? Good. That's good. That's what we want to hear. And then you've also been accustomed to receiving something called the Village Breeze, which is more of a newsletter that comes from the, it's sort of the voice of your different boards. In addition to that, we send you a security newsletter, a garden center newsletter, a recreation bulletin, our social services department. It's pretty endless, the kinds of specific niche communications that come out of here. So what I want to talk to you about, and it's just a shame we don't have the graphics here, but at the moment, we have our ways of reaching you are electronic. They are physical touch points throughout the village. We have monitors, literature racks. We have people go to the library to pick up information very often, and there's all kinds of racks and information here in the community center. Our website and social media is another way of reaching you, and a fourth way of reaching you is the governance that you can view online. For instance, today, you can go online and read all the minutes of this meeting. You can go online and have read the agenda before you get here. All of the committee reports are posted on the website. So we really want to try to help people understand where to go to get this information. And then finally, we have TV6, which we have up until recently, both of these things have been a little bit separated. So we are working very closely with TV6 now, because we're all now part of the same department, to really work on making sure that what information you're hearing is consistent. I'm not saying that it never has been, but just that things are very fact-checked. They change around here so fast. I can't tell you. We think that we have that blast ready to go to you on Thursday, and we walk in on Friday morning, and we've got 5 or 6 new things we have to add to it. Do we think we're going to get it up? Because if not, I'm just going to have to keep going. I wanted to talk a little bit about the open rates. We're going to have everybody down here in a minute. About the open rates for eye contact is what we use to reach you. We go to about 11,000 people a week with these communications. Our open rate is close to 50%, which is incredible, but it better be, because you're a contained audience. So I would certainly hope that we're getting that. So we're figuring, if you just do some loose math, we're reaching about a third of the village every week. We know that. But we also know who aren't we reaching, because right now we have 18,800 and a few residents, a little bit more than that. And we know that we're reaching close to 12,000, but we also know that we have 2,782 manners that are not connected to the internet. Now, it comes with your membership of living here, but we do have people that are not online at all. And so when we do a little bit of simple math, we realize that's kind of that third to two-thirds that we're missing on a regular basis, because simple math tells us that we have 1.5 people in a manor. I'd like to see what that half a person looks like, but anyway, it's always when people say 2.5 children, I'm like, what does the 0.5 kid look like? But anyway, so we know that we're not reaching close to about probably 7,000 people on a regular basis. Not only is it not up, I have to look at myself on that. That's even worse. Anyway,
As communication professionals and the whole team working with this, we really had to stand back and look at how are we going to reach people and how can we make our messages as simple as possible. Well, enter mine. I'm so glad I brought a hard copy. So what we are introducing, and this is actually already at the printer, you're going to be receiving it in the next couple of weeks at home, is the first of the bi-monthly Village Breeze magazine. And this will be coming into every manor every other month, bi-monthly, and it's everything you ever needed to know to exist here in the village during that 60-day period. Because in addition to all the reports, all of your recreation information is in here, all of your emergency information is in here, our bus, any updates. And then the other thing that we did is we actually created a new village map that will actually allow people to come to their house. Because if you try navigating off of some of the other like I said, I'm hoping that this will be something that people will hold on to until the next one comes. So how are we doing this without raising assessments? That's probably an important thing. People will wonder that. Well, because one thing I learned, and I also live in an HOA, and I hate it when my assessments go up, so I know why that question would come to you. We're doing something very unique with this. About a year and a half ago, we met with a Memorial Care, which is formerly the Saddleback Medical Center. And I don't know how many people really know that the medical center would not be there if it weren't for the Golden Rain Foundation. And as a result, there's a history there because the land was originally donated. It was the residents of the village here that raised all the money to build that. And they feel very strongly about that history. And they feel really strongly that they need to kind of get more on their game in communicating. So what we've done is we've struck a deal. They're basically covering the costs of this magazine. So it's basically a wash. When we take into consideration with some really strong publishing background, Elise basically got most of this done on her own. Thank you. And the big sigh of relief we heard when it shipped off to the printer was yay. And I think they're going to get it right at the end, and that'll be the best, right? Let me just make sure I got everything here. Hopefully, it would be really nice if it did become a revenue source for us. I mean, we're not going to say no to that, but that's not the purpose of it. That's not why we're doing it. We have a couple of things that we are first of all, and I think I'm just going to close this with the plea that I made to the Media and Communications Committee, which reports to Annette, is be patient with us. We had to give birth to something first to be able to have it critiqued or be able to look at making it better and better. I felt it was really more important to get an issue out so that we could sit down and just take a really good look at what we're dealing with. The Media and Communications Committee for GRF, the presidents of each of the mutuals are serving on our advisory board. So this is something, it's not just staff sitting here, putting it together, but we will be having advisory board meetings. And I think that's just probably my less than stellar presentation. I had some layouts to show you, but I guess you're going to have to wait. Don't worry about it. I'm at the end. Just okay. What was that? It's okay. I'm done. So I know that we've already run long, so I don't want to really go into too much more detail. This is my biggest nightmare, that you get up and your PowerPoint doesn't work. There it is. So there's the cover, and you can keep going. We'll just get to the just get to the spreads. Yes, there is that's true. It is in the packet. So this just gives you a bigger font, hoping that people don't have to go grabbing their readers. That's on purpose. Broader space. I mean, we're just trying to really work with you. So if there aren't any questions, I think I'm going to hook myself and get off the stage. Yeah.
Eileen, you mentioned this is going to residents. Was this also going to absentee members?
No, it's being mailed right now, because the inexpensive way for us to get this in, and I won't go too technical, it's called Every Door Direct through the post office. So it's being mailed to every manor here in the village. If an owner wants to get it, that will be one of our next hurdles, because they're going to have to pay for it, because we can't afford to just be putting them in an envelope. We'll have to figure something out, but circulation's like a whole nother 20-minute talk, but right now that's all.
So it comes with the junk mail.
Okay. Yes, fine. You're on it. Well, we talked about it the last. We haven't had a meeting yet. Don't worry.
I think Beth has a question back here.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say thank you, Eileen, and to your team. This is a true gift to the village to have this all in one space, all of this information on a bi-monthly basis, and we're not paying for it. It's just wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen. It's great. It's a wonderful publication. Okay, now we are going to have open forum, and I need to know how many speakers are there going to be today? Do you have an idea? Because we need to figure out whether they have 2 or 3 minutes here.
Raise their hand.
Huh?
Ask them to raise their hand in the audience.
There's
Okay,
11.
pardon?
11 speakers.
I didn't hear you.
There are 11 speakers.
11 speakers. Okay, before I say my speech here, I want to make sure that there is only one speaker for one subject. If you're going to talk about golf, one spokesman. If you're going to talk about the
We don't
question.
know the other people here, we're not doing that.
Pardon?
We don't know everybody else here, we don't know who our best speaker would be, so we're not doing that. Who should I vote for here to represent my views to you? I don't know any of these people.
The only thing we're trying to do is to make sure that our meeting is not 4 and 5 hours long.
You don't have time for 12 speakers, 2 minutes apiece?
Excuse me? Okay. And I'm just asking you to please be respectful, okay? All right. So we will speak at 2 minutes apiece instead of 3. And at this time, the speakers may address the Board of Directors regarding items not on the agenda and within the jurisdiction of the Board of Directors of the Golden Rain Foundation. There is a maximum time limit of 2 minutes today. And I'm going to ask you again, please, if you're here with a group, please have one spokesmanship. The speaker may address the board once during this period, and the board reserves the right, to limit the total amount of time allotted for the open forum. So if you have not, if you have not filled out the form, go ahead and fill that out. And I'm going to also ask you that you please do not mention any names when you come up to the podium and speak. So who's our first speaker?
Our first speaker is Chris Collins.
Okay.
Good morning, Chris Collins, 3306Q. I'm here with an update about the work of the Foundation of Laguna Woods Village on behalf of residents who experience a temporary financial crisis. The Foundation's mission is Neighbors Helping Neighbors. And to that end, I'm here to report to you that our support to qualified residents who needed help increased by 25% in 2019. We actually spent a bit more than $300,000 assisting residents with temporary financial crisis last year. This is only made possible through the very generous ongoing donations from clubs and individuals here in the village. Please remember that the Foundation of Laguna Woods Village is the organization whose sole mission is to assist people with temporary crises. This has nothing to do with facilities, this is people. Please know that the ongoing policy of the foundation does not include paying for homeowners association fees. Our mission is to assist individuals in providing temporary financial crisis aid. Thank you for your continuing financial support to the foundation of Laguna Woods Village. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Our next speaker is John Kelsall.
Good morning. My name is John Kelsall, 3231 Via Carrizo, Unit A. I have some information here from our sound and lighting guru regarding the issues at the PAC Theater. It's used by many organizations, including GRF Recreation, to put on performances using outside talent. The current equipment needs a major upgrade. It has been observed by the two performing arts groups that use on the theater basis that for each show that has been put on in the past few years, there has always been a need to use work arounds for bad or intermittent feeds for the stage to the booth. Wireless systems need to be overhauled and the number of wireless channels increased. There are currently 10 wireless channels, but at least one is always intermittent or something wrong with it. We usually end up supplementing the number of wireless units by bringing in our own equipment that feeds into the house system from the input on the stage. Observed problems with the amplifiers that feed the big theaters in the house of the theater. And it's important to have clear, crisp sound for our community. In terms of the lighting equipment, it's a safety issue with the lighting system. I'd like to have them also consider upgrading the dimmer banks, which are located in the hall, in the wall in the stage right stair wall. It vibrates the wall and creates a hum that is noticeable inside the auditorium. When the dimmers are set at 100%, the amount of hum is very passable. However, as the percentage is decreased, it becomes more objectionable, and we have had audience members complain and in some cases had to move their seats. It's most noticeable in the front few rows of the theater, and is particularly objectionable to those who have hearing problems. This is a good percentage of our audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Jan Livenard.
Good morning. Firstly, I'd like to thank all of you for your service. It's Jan Levenrad, manor number 3051C. I'm representing the swim clinic that we have here at Pool 2. And the bottom line is I'm requesting flag lines. I just wanted to give you people a little bit of an idea of what these are for. First of all, any swimming pool that operates as a lap swimming pool has equipment. The equipment includes the lines on the swimming pool base, the T at the end of each line, the lane lines, which are separating the lanes, and then the flag lines. The flag lines are one at each end of the pool. And the purpose of the flag lines are specifically for backstroke swimmers, so that backstroke swimmers can tell when the end of the lane is, or the end of the pool is, and where they can actually turn. And another very important aspect of that is, if you don't know where the end of the pool is, you'll end up hitting your head, smashing your arms, fingers, wrists. We've had numerous injuries. We have a group of about 30 very serious lap swimmers that I'm aware of at Swimming Pool 2. And this request we've been requesting this for the last 18 months. We realize that it's a monetary value, but it's not that much. We've gone into the details of it through the Recreation Center. I could send a little picture along for you to look at. what it really is. It's something at two poles which can be lifted out and removed once they're not being used. With flag lines, they have to be at a particular distance. And they've already gone, the recreation centre has really gone into looking at the details of the cost, and it's around about $4,000. So the request is, we're really concerned about our injuries that we're gaining. If you speak to any swimmer, lap swimmer.
Your time is up.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cheryl Stritch.
Cheryl Stritch, 3509A. I'm president of the Old Pros. The current sound system in the Performing Arts Center is over 20 years old. There are constant malfunctions and parts have become unavailable. It is connected to an antiquated and non-compatible wireless system. The wireless system is on its last legs and is becoming non-functional. The wireless system is what is used for all types of performances, lectures, plays, concerts. People with hearing aids depend on it. Old Pro's experience in November is a wake-up call to this falling apart system. The tech was unable to use the main console for the sounds required for our old-time radio show. He had to use his personal computer to download the sounds because the main console wasn't working properly. Unfortunately, he went out on sick leave for our performance and we were left with no sound. There was no backup. Our Tony Lindsay concert was a sound disaster. It was impossible to get a balanced sound during the sound check, and the wireless system with your console kept a very loud humming sound throughout the first half of the concert. In fact, the performer had to stop the concert and wait until the humming was reduced. Currently, you have only one tech who has been nursing the system along. He is out on sick leave, injured on the job. Now you are paying exorbitant wages to pay outside sound contractors to try to get the system to work. What should take 1 hour now takes 5 hours. Clubhouse 3 is now the Performing Arts Center. Recreation is now bringing in outside entertainment for the Laguna Woods community. What is the point if the audience cannot hear the performance?
Can I ask that no other person come up on the sound system? We've had 2 people speak already, and we will be able to answer some of your questions and concerns after everybody speaks. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan Hamburger.
Hi, Susan Hamburger, 813Q. I'm addressing item 13F in the new business. I'd like.
You speak on that when that comes up. We're only speaking now on things that are not on the agenda.
So you'll call me up when you do 13F?
You can speak at that time.
Awesome,
Yes,
thank you.
All right.
Okay, our next speaker is Monica Zong.
I want to give the letter to, I didn't.
Can you grab those and pass them out? Whatever she's passing out.
So, yes, thank you. I'm not going to take your time. I'm just going to, it's on the letter. So basically, my name is Monica Zong. I'm living at the 2250 Cayerga. So I'm here, I've been living here for years, since I'm eligible to live here. But anyway, recently I purchased electrical vehicle. So now I'm running into the problem and I can't get a charge, and I'm trying to find a way to live here like everybody else, so we can, the board can decide. What I said, I propose to converse. I mean, I talked to a lot of people already, and they said if we have to change the whole village from 110 to 220 to charge the vehicle, electrical vehicle, that's going to take a lot of time, a lot of money. I understand that. I know there's 180,000 residents here. Not everybody's going to have electrical vehicle, so that's why I'm not saying that. I'm just saying whoever have that, they apply for converse the charge, and we pay some money for that, and we pay monthly fee for that. That's very reasonable. But we do need that because I walk 45 minutes to drive my car to here to charge, which is only 2 charge I can use, and I go home 5 hours later. I walk back to take the car. I do that every other day. That's not doable. I mean, I'm doing this right now, but I hope that's going to change very soon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gary Draper.
Gary Draper, 2384, number 3E. I know you folks have a lot of difficult decisions to make, and that's why y'all get paid the big bucks, right?
Lunches.
I'm here to talk about the loss of sports channels.
Okay.
A couple of things. First of all, I've always felt that money from this association should be allocated based upon the number of people who benefit from it. In other words, people who don't benefit, shouldn't spend a lot of money on it. All right, to that end, I understand that you saved $1.5 million by eliminating those 2 channels. Have you calculated the cost of all the people that you're going to lose subscribers to DirecTV? Anybody have that number? Nobody? You didn't do any homework before you did this? What if you lose more money than you save?
I'm sorry, sir, we're not allowed to answer you until open forum is over.
Okay, sorry.
That's a state law. I'm sorry.
I'm new to this.
Thank you.
Anyway, my real question here is there a reason why we can't make these channels available to people who want to pay for them as a premium channel? That's all we need. You know, it's $50 a month more than what we're paying now if I go to DirecTV. I don't want to spend $50 a month. I mean, I've been a season ticket holder and an Angel fan for most of my life. They're a big part of my life. And I really hope that you will consider making it available to people who are willing to pay for it. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Sheila Blaka.
Sheila Bialka, 872B. I'm not here to just address the sound system. I am here to address the whole renovation of Clubhouse 3. I think it should be passed without question, everything. Because if any of you people who are voting on this have worked on a show there or worked backstage on a show, you'll know the difficulties that you have to overcome to put on a show. And after all, it does make money for GRF. That Clubhouse 3 is probably one of the biggest money makers. And I think, in all fairness, for the amount of people that use it and the amount of people that watch shows there, you shouldn't even consider eliminating any part of what has been hard work for the last 5 years to put it together and the compromises that have been made on all the renovations that need to be done there. I realize you can't do everything, but I think the ones that have gone through and been approved so far should, without question, be approved. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Monica Hobson.
Good morning, Monica Hobson, 3300B. I'm still after a policy which you have approved in September, October, and it's not on the website. I cannot get any details. Now, at the last meeting, and it's here in the minutes, indicating that was put on hold. But you have approved the policy, so where are the details? And that's what I'm after. Harassment policy. I'm sorry, the harassment policy.
Our next speaker is Corky Ely.
I'm Corky Ely. I live at 2401 2E, Mariposa West. I've been a member of Leisure World for over 35 years. I bought in here in 1985, before it was completely developed. And I'm here to give you a little bad news. I went to the city recorders on Thursday, the 29th, and I wanted to see the grant deed or the information about Laguna Woods Village. And there is no Laguna Woods Village listed with the recorder. That's the Orange County recorder. For 20 years, they've been fooling everybody. And it's my opinion, every person in here should go to the recorder's office and have them bring up Laguna Woods Village. It does not exist. It is Leisure World. It always has been, and it always will be, because it was completely developed and it's a planned development. You cannot. I looked in here, and here's another one. I've got all kinds of maps and all kinds of documents where you people, all aboard.
Corky, your time is up. I'm sorry.
Okay? But I think you better stop this, because this is Leisure World, and it isn't listed with the city. And in my opinion,
Thank you, Corky.
it is fraud.
Our next speaker is Cash Akrakar.
I would certainly go to it. You better go check it out, you people, because you're paying for a dead horse.
Good morning, everybody. It takes a whole village to do anything.
Yes, it does.
I am on my address 201E. My name is Cash Akrakar. United Mutual last year came up with a revised, with a pilot for the handyman program.
Right.
And then we are revising it this year. This year we came up with a task force to redo this whole handyman, because it's an important needed service. And our task force found a company that hires on their own 150 plus college kids who are hungry for money to support themselves. And our people here in the village need this kind of service. So we started looking, and I have a few flyers I'm going to leave for everybody of you. The service is very reasonable. We cannot afford our company to do these low prices. More than anything, we are just recommending, we are not recommending, we are just giving this information to everyone, not just United. It is also available for third mutual people if they want to go with that company. And the charges are only $25 for the first hour. And it has been working last 2 years with our social services people and has an excellent rapport so far.
Okay.
So I just want your portion, you to be part of this, being the GRF. So I'm introducing this.
I'm just going to make one comment on it, because I think people need to understand that this is a handyman service that is not going to fix your plumbing, or you need to detail just exactly what that handyman program is going to be. And it's just moving furniture
Right.
and light light work, but nothing that requires tools.
Thank you so
Okay.
much. Yeah, thank you for the correction. I do have a few flyers.
Okay.
There are limited services that can be done with these people, and they're very nice. So I'll leave these on the table, whoever wants. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Sandy O'Connor. Okay, I'll go on to the next speaker, which is Yvonne Duru.
Yvonne Daru, 2161B. I greatly approve of the board's decision that by eliminating some of the sports channel, we will be saving quite a bit of money. It is far more important to me every time I make my monthly fees, I pay my monthly fees, that is going to be lower. I don't care about the sports channel.
Okay, our next speaker, and I think this is the last one, Sue Frackman.
Good morning. My name is Sue Frockman, and my address is 3019 Unit O. I'm here representing the Rummy Cube and Mexican Train Club of Laguna Woods. First, I want to say thank you for considering the alterations to Clubhouse 3, the Performing Arts Center. It needs it. I used to attend there with my mother in the 80s, so I've seen it for a long time, and it's a wonderful building, but needs a little help. Our concern is that we use Dining Room 1 every Wednesday evening for our games. And we have worked with Recreation to try to locate a new place to play during the renovations, and have had not very good luck in that. We're a large group of about 70 people. At this point, we have eliminated any new members. We're freezing our membership in view of that for the time being. What we would like to be able to find, and hopefully with your help, and by the way, we're not the only group that has having this issue, of course. 1 or 2 rooms we could split if we need to, but like to have them in proximity to each other. And we would encourage you to think creatively about space in the village to be able to accommodate, again, us, and again, I'm sure I speak for other groups as well. We enjoy what we do. It's why most people live here, many people live here, to be able to participate in these kinds of activities. And so we would encourage you to help us find a new place to play. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our speakers for open forum.
Thank you. Would any of the board members like to respond? Okay, Judith?
I was going to save some of this for the PAC report, but that's not till the end of the day. So while those 3 people who addressed the PAC are here, I'd like to give part of my report now. And I've got Ernesto back there to back me up. Number 1, I'm sorry Sheila's been one of those victim of rumors. We
Right.
went out to bid with everything intact that the last ad hoc committee decided on. It is a bidder's market, and Ernesto's going to come up and back me up on that. So the problem we're having now, he sent out 7 bids, or requests for a bid, and only 1 person took a bite. Because it's a bidder's market, they're out taking better jobs, and they're very particular what jobs they're going to take, and they can charge more money. So now we have an issue. If the bids come back, they're going to come back higher because it's a bidder's market, they have a choice. So that's the other problem. So now we got to go back out to bid. So I heard that there was a May date that they were going to stop performances as of May. But if we have to go back out to bid to get, because we have to have at least 3 bids, that May date's going to be put back to maybe June, July. So, Ernesto, are you willing to come up and talk about this? Help me out here? Because he knows more about this, obviously.
Madam President, honorable board members, as Judith mentioned, we did go out to bid on this project, and we target at least 7 contractors. Unfortunately, we did not get a good response from the contractors. We only received 1 bidder that was interested on the project. And Judith mentioned some of the reasons for that. Primarily, we are in a very, very hot construction market right now. So contractors are very specific to what they want to bid. They want a quick profit. They prefer projects that are complete reconstruction projects, projects that are of a reconstruction in place, nature of reconstruction in place are a little bit more challenging than complete redos. So there's a number of reasons for that. We are gathering with the architect and the purchasing work center to cast a wider net, to put pre-qualifications on the new bidders, to see what we can do to reach out and hopefully get more participation in the bidding process. At this point, we're not changing the schedule for construction. We're still anticipating, we will be going out to bid very soon again, and we're still within that window that we had mentioned before for construction of the project. So at this point, we're not changing the schedule. We're still sticking with May until we see what the response is from the next bid solicitation.
Thank you. Have we considered asking or going out to bid for construction manager, who in turn then would subcontract the various aspects of this construction?
Yeah, we did.
We did go out. We did go out to bid for a construction manager, but to administer the construction work for us, we have not considered separating the project into pieces. That would entail taking the bids apart, taking the drawings apart, which we worked so hard and pay good money to put together. So that will be a last recourse. If we cannot get a general contractor that wants to take this on, that may be an option. But at this point, we're not considering that. But we will retain the services of a construction manager to oversee the whole project.
Thank you.
If I may, since you sent out 7 bids and you got 1, if you liked that bid, can't you just use him and say it was a sole source because you have no other competitors that responded?
You could certainly do that. I prefer not to. I prefer to have at least 3 bidders in the pot so that I can assure you that we have a competitive bid. At this point, we're not. If we cast out again and we get 1 bidder, we will evaluate that bid, in detail and maybe bring that back to you. My preference is to get at least 3 bidders on any given project to make sure that you have a competitive bid.
Especially for large ones like this.
That is correct, yeah.
Thank you. Is there any more questions for Ernesto? Okay, all right. I'm sure we have more answers. I know you were going to answer to the one on the television.
Yes.
Okay.
If I may, hi. The Laguna Woods Globe letters to the editor dated Thursday, January 16th contain 2 letters, one from Gary Draper, who was today in our audience, and the other, each protesting the loss of 2 channels, 428 and 429. Since August of 19, MACC, which is the Media and Communications Committee, has been stating that Laguna Woods Village is part of a programming consortium, NCTC, saving 50% on all bundled programming costs. Very important for you to understand, Gary. Unfortunately, and for others, unfortunately, the consortium, NCTC, does not allow any of its members to carve out any particular channels and make them premium or pay-per-view. The 2020 alternate used by folks is to discontinue the use of the broadband services entirely, subscribing to YouTube TV for $50 per month, which includes both the 2020 discontinued 428 and 429 Fox channels, allowing them to view Angels baseball, Clippers basketball, along with the Ducks and King hockey teams. Now, YouTube also does not provide Channel 5, which is something we discontinued last year. Almost a combined total of $5 million will be saved by GRF by eliminating these two channels and their staggered programming contract increases from 2020 to 2022. GRF voted to eliminate these two overweighted channels, which comprised of more than 40% of the programming budget. The out-of-pocket 2019 costs were $19.32 per man or per month price for cable. In 2020, the cable price per man or per month is $10.96, an $8 per man or per month drop by removing these two channels. Currently, basic cable is $10.96, and basic internet is $23.75. This translates to paying $34.71 for basic cable and internet services, which provide white glove service to seniors, which needs to be factored into the above costs. For example, the channel guide, sending a service truck to come to a senior's home to find their remote, or assist in changing out batteries. The elimination of just these two channels kept GRF assessment creep from happening. An additional $20 to $22 per man or per month assessment over these 3 years will not be occurring. In 2020, GRF increased its assessments $2.77, which included an extra dollar going into reserves. That allowed us to absorb the additional unexpected insurance expenses which began in January. Please note that the cable system was never designed to make a profit. It's a direct cost center, and the system was designed to provide the best level of service at the lowest possible cost. One important point I feel is getting missed is that residents are getting charged for their set-top boxes, but the revenue is coming back to GRF. It's not going to a third-party cable operator. Those funds are then used to offset the cost of programming, so it lowers everyone's assessment. I just wanted to point out that solid stewardship by staff and tough decision-making by the committee and board, we as a team reduced cable TV from $34 per month in 2009 down to $10.96 per month, per man or per month in 2020. It's a 25% shared cost. Cable TV is no longer your most expensive amenity in the community. The bus transportation system is, which is 100% shared costs. TV is now 14% less than cable transportation in the 2020 budget. You can confirm this by looking at page 63 in the 2020 Green Book, which reflects the bus service costs of $1.9 million and the broadband services of $1.6 million. Broadband's first goal in 2020 is to switch the remaining 400 standard definition TV users to high definition boxes. The $7.95 per month set-top box is recommended, or you may plug directly into the wall to access over 70-plus channels at no additional cost. Broadband's second priority is remapping the channel guide program categories, which means elimination of the 400 series, making it easier. For example, Channel 2 and 402 become Channel 2 under all HDTV. And finally, just as an additional note, after cancellation of these channels, Fox Programming wanted to raise programming rates on all remaining Fox channels on all smaller city subscribers. Thankfully, with the help of NCTC, Fox came to the table on the last day And they still did raise the rates on the channels we kept, the Fox channels we kept, but hopefully we're able to absorb the unexpected increase. Thank you.
I just want to add to that, and I don't think you mentioned the fact that we are going to have a consultant come in and evaluate.
No, I did not.
Yes. In closed meeting, actually, we are going to address a contract, basically to have an evaluation of our current broadband system and what we're going to be up against in the next 5 to 10 years. Because of the problems that Annette has addressed here, we are going to be hit with extremely high increases if we don't do something. So I just wanted to let the community aware. Okay, who's, Pat?
I'd just like to address Monica. Are you still here, Monica? Yes, you are. About the electric vehicles and the fact that we cannot, there's... Oh, who was it that talked about electrical vehicles? It was Monica Song, yes. That's who I'm addressing this to. She's not here? Well, I'm just going to give a very brief thing on what I would have said if she were here. That for us, United that is, to convert from 110 to 220 volts would be extremely costly, and I mean extremely. And we're also at the mercy of SCE on a lot of this. My recommendation for anyone with an electrical vehicle, instead of getting an electrical vehicle, and I'm pushing my own, buy a hydrogen car. You don't have, I have one, and it's fantastic. Thank you.
I think Bert wants to speak to that, too.
Good.
Yes.
Actually, this was discussed at the last Energy Committee meeting, and what Monica was asking for really was an adapter for the level 3 charger, okay, for the Tesla, which exists today, but we don't have one. And we priced it, or have it priced out, and depending upon where you purchase it, you might be able to get it anywhere between $200 to $500, period. It was suggested that we could have that adapter at the desk where the guard is, 24 hours. We have somebody at that desk, and that we would ask, like they do in the theater, we would ask the person who wants to charge that Tesla for an adapter and need the adapter for their driver's license, at which point in time they can charge their Tesla, and they have to return the cable. And that's basically a recommendation that is going from the Energy Committee to the MNC.
Thank you. Okay, who's next? Joe and then Annette?
Okay. Yes, Mr. Draper, I feel your pain. Until about a year ago, I used to play softball and drive up to Anaheim to do that. My grandfather and great-grandfather both played professional baseball. My wife is French, and we get a French channel for $10 a month. You know, so we can get something from France, but we can't get it from Anaheim. So it's unfortunately not our control. It's what the people we deal with, I guess. But if that ever happens, if there's some type of system where we could have some more freedom for people to get individual channels, be they foreign channels or sports channels, that would be helpful. I just don't know if it's possible. I know they did a lot of great work on this, but I just understand how you feel. Thank you.
Annette?
Two things, and I know Brian's here, but they basically have, I think they're bringing the Angels games over to the 19th, over to the Village Greens for you to watch for free. So we're trying to make an accommodation, you know, as best we can, but it's unfortunate. And as I said, I think I didn't mention it, I'm sorry, my original speech was 7 minutes, so I had to get it down to 3. So basically, Sling TV and Dish also discontinued those channels. That's why I was pumping up YouTube after looking at all this stuff, and they still eliminated Channel 5. But I also wanted to address Bert's comment, and the problem that we're having, too, in consideration of that, is that if you buy the adapter for, anyway, our quote's closer to 500, these things get stolen. Okay, so unless people are going to stand there and watch their vehicle charge, you know, it puts us at risk. So there's some considerations that we've got to work through on some of this. Thank you.
Okay.
That's not necessarily true.
Don?
Yeah, I'd like to respond also to the dropping of the sports channel. My wife is a huge fan of the LA Clippers, and we drop that so we don't get the LA Clippers. And I hear about it every day. And we are working on it to see if we can come up with something else.
Bert?
If we consider, and this is just simple arithmetic, okay, if you said that it's $1.5 million a year that this would cost us, and if 10,000 people said that they would pay extra for this service, that would be $150 a year. And I think that is an excessive amount. Are you willing to pay $150 a year? And it's doubtful that you're going to get 10,000 people.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's doubtful you're going to get 10,000 people, which means the price would be a lot higher.
Okay. All right, is there any other? Yvonne?
Yes.
Yeah, Yvonne. I
Yes.
just wanted to address the harassment. We're still working on that policy, okay?
I understand that, but the policy is in place on the website.
Well, I don't know about that.
Well, I'll
Yeah, we'll
speak
take a
to
look
it.
at that.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I think we mentioned this at the last meeting, is there were new laws. There were some policies that were put in place, and basically, they don't cover the new laws. And so the process that we have is the lawyers are working on it, and they are going to bring it to the boards when they complete their draft of the policy that will be effective for all the corporations here and not just one. And then we will also think about having an ombudsman and a process by which the harassment claims, nuisance claims are handled. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, who's next? All right, Beth?
I just wanted to address
Turn on your mic.
the person that spoke about needing to have a room for the train club. That is really a problem that so many people are having. The Recreation Department has really been working hard to try to make sure that everyone who's going to be displaced during this time of May through November will have a room. And I also hear that it may not be possible to meet everybody's needs because there are just so many folks that use that building.
Thank you. Okay, now, Bert?
Yeah, I just wanna-
If you're going to speak on the same thing?
Nope.
Okay.
I want
I'm
to
watching
extend
you.
thank you to two people, okay? One was Cash, but I want to state to Cash, you know, I've took a look at the list, and I think it's great, but this really should be dealt with by the housing mutuals, not GRFs. The second is a thank you to Corky. If this indeed is true, and I think it's something that we have to ask staff to check out, we have to update the county's records to reflect that we are not Leisure World any longer, and that should be changed. So I think we need to ask staff to look into that. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, I think we're ready to move on. Did you have something to say, Yvonne?
I guess I do. Yeah. Back to the sports channels. Yeah, back to the sports channels for a minute. I want to make sure that everybody understands that the consortium, the people that we buy the programming from, they don't allow us or allow members to carve out one or two channels. It just, it isn't allowed. And we can't make them premium channels. It just doesn't work that way. I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the consent calendars. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by the board by one motion in the form listed below. In the event that any item is removed from the consent calendar by members of the board, such items shall be subject to further discussion and action by the board.
Okay, I move that we accept the consent calendar.
I second.
All in favor? Oppose? Okay, great. Well, we've got a long list of unfinished business here. So,
New business.
pardon?
Only one item.
One item?
in-
Clue me in here.
In unfinished business.
Oh, okay, yes, you're right, okay. Well, actually, we have two items. Because we didn't add this to the agenda, was the audit. Okay. We're going to entertain a motion to approve the revised GRF committee appointments resolution. So do I have a motion?
He's going to read it.
To approve that?
He's got to read it.
You got to read it.
The only problem, this isn't the updated one.
He does, I gave it to him.
Oh, you did? Okay, great. All right, so all you need to read is the changes. Thank you.
Resolution 90-20-XX, GRF Committee Appointments. Resolved February 4th, 2020, that the following persons are hereby added or removed and ratified to serve on the committee of this corporation. Business Planning Committee, add Brian Gilmore, alternate for United. Remove Elsie Addington, alternate for United. Finance Committee, add Brian Gilmore, United. Remove Elsie Addington, United. Mobility and Vehicles Committee, add Nada Ardani, alternate, United. Remove Brian Gilmore, alternate, United. Purchasing Committee, add Steve Parsons, third. Add John Pearlstone, alternate, third. Add Kush Beta, alternate, third. Remove Robert Muchnick, alternate, third. Village Energy Task Force, add Judith Troutman, GRF. Remove entirely GRF Resident/Staff Relations Policy Ad Hoc Committee. Remove Bunny Carpenter, Chair, GRF. Judith Troutman, GRF. Yvonne Horton, GRF. New committee, Strategic Planning Committee. Add Annette Sabol Sewell, Chair, GRF. Add Joe Fitzcam, GRF. Add Yvonne Horton, GRF. Resolve further that Resolution 90-20-02 be adopted January 7th, 2020, is hereby superseded and canceled. And resolve further that the officers and agents of the corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution. I move that this resolution be adopted.
Can I make a comment? Did you mention the audit team on there? Or was that? Huh? Okay.
I'd like to amend that and add the audit, what do you call it? What are we going to call it? The audit, Select Audit Task Force, thank you. Well, Audit Committee with Diane Phelps and
Right.
Pat English. Do I have a second to that amendment?
Second that.
Okay, thank you.
And
Any discussion?
Yeah, there is discussion. Again, the board may not discuss or take action on any item of a non-emergency meeting. They can't just change it like that. And that is Civil Code 4930A. And that civil code would supersede Robert's rules or anything else.
This is just an amendment to this resolution. We're not changing a policy. This is just an amendment that was left off by staff. She tried to email it, and it was just an
Yeah.
oversight. It's just almost like a Scrivener.
But this goes for everything on the agenda,
Okay,
or that's being tried to be put on the agenda.
and I understand that, but this audit committee is going to meet February 19th, okay?
I'm aware of that.
And it's a very important committee, and
Yeah.
it'll be at 1 o'clock in the boardroom. and all board members are invited.
Right.
So, Pat, if we wait till next month, okay, that means that you're delaying that audit committee after their meeting for February 19th.
So you're saying it's an emergency then?
Yes, please.
Okay, so if
All
we
right.
vote it as an emergency, that's fine, but we can't then turn around and say, well, we use Robert's rules to see if two-thirds of the
Okay,
people
so we're going to
are in
vote
favor.
it as an emergency, based upon the schedule that has already been determined. So do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion to add the urgency of the audit committee.
I'll second it.
Okay.
And that,
All in favor? Okay, opposed? All right. So
We have
it-
two-thirds.
It is moved that it is an emergency, and we can add this to our committee assignments.
Can I say something else?
Sure.
What I would like to say is that we've just opened the door now, and we can add anything on to an agenda without worrying about it, because that's what's just happened. And it happened earlier on, too, where we added these things. And even though you got two-thirds of the vote, and it was according to Robert's rules, it isn't according to the civil code.
Okay, Pat, I just want to make everybody know and also let you know that Judith and I were working with staff, and we know the criteria, and we are making our best effort that all of these are submitted in time. So I don't think we'll come up against the same problem at the next meetings. Thank you. Go ahead.
Can I add one more effort to that? We've agreed with staff, since they send these out Thursday evening before the board meeting, one of us or both will, mostly Bunny, go up by 9 o'clock that Thursday morning and double-check the agenda to make sure all the changes submitted are on there the way we wanted them, any last-minute changes, and that, so that they can meet their deadline by 3 or 4 o'clock, Cheryl, whatever it is, on that Thursday to get them emailed. So we are going to those lengths, and we agreed on that at a meeting yesterday with Cheryl. Cheryl, did you want to add anything? Is that how we did it? Okay, thank you.
Did you want to say?
Yeah. I'd like to amend the Village Energy Task Force. I was elected chair, which is not reflected,
Okay.
okay? And I have 3 advisors that I've tried to get in. One is William Walsh, Third Mutual. Another is Sue Stevens, Mutual 50. And a third is Steve Leonard, United.
I know that was mentioned to me, but we never got that information, so we can.
Okay.
Do I need to make a motion to add that? I guess we do.
Before we do
Okay.
that, since we're still working on what we're going to call that committee, it's not officially on here.
But it's
So
going to meet in next month.
They can still meet, but we're still working with Kelly on what to call it.
Right.
So that
I have
it's
no objection
legal.
to that, but right now, we
Yeah.
do have a name for it. And the committee
Is it
will meet,
study?
and I want to reflect the fact that we
It's
do
going to be a
have
study
advisors.
group, or what's it going to be? A
Pardon?
research group or study group?
Village Energy
Well,
Task Force.
it's not a GRF committee.
Correct.
I mean, and so we do have to work out the legalities of it, okay?
Yeah, well, right now, it is against our bylaws. It's against 7.1.3, 7.1.3.
Right.
And as much as we can't have non-residents involved,
He is a resident.
he is a resident now. He went out and bought a place, okay? All right.
Thank you, Pat.
But we still are not meeting all the bylaws, I don't think. Thank you.
I think that's why on the back page, it's under other committees, because that's not an official one yet.
Correct.
It's the same, the traffic hearings is in the same boat. But disaster preparedness, now that we had our first meeting according to the bylaws, can now be moved over to, which we'll do next month, be moved over to the committee appointment side, because that is now, we had our first meeting with the proper format for the agenda, and I chaired it, and everything went just, 7.1 was covered in the bylaws. So that can be moved over next time.
Then, how about the Strategic Planning Committee? I didn't even see it in my,
That was going to be under other for now.
that's under other?
Yeah, we put that under other for now.
I don't see it here.
No, that's why I added it. I made an amendment.
That's one of
I
those
moved-
amendments we got.
I moved to amend this and add, and then it was seconded by, because we had a Diane.
I did, okay.
And Pat English, and seconded
That's
by
the
Annette.
audit task force. Thank you.
Okay. All right, 13A, we replaced that with the strategic planning committee. So we discussed this before. Do we need to vote on it again?
We haven't done 11B.
Is my question to my
What's
assistant here.
11B?
Pardon?
Did we add 11B? You said,
Well, 13A, we changed that and replaced it with the strategic planning
Is the
charter.
chart, did you bring the charter to pass out?
The charter is passed out. It's right here.
Everyone got a
Everybody-
copy?
Yes.
Okay, so it was passed out as an additional agenda.
Right. And it shows the background.
Okay.
Staff has written a report on that. And I don't know if everybody's had an opportunity to review the charter. But staff can work with this. In fact, Betty was the one that volunteered to write up the charter for us. So I want to know, okay, if we have any, we haven't voted on it yet. That's what I was questioning.
Right.
Is do we need to vote on it again? So basically, I'm going to ask for a motion, okay, to approve this charter, and then we can have discussion. Okay? All right.
I move to approve this GRF Strategic Planning Committee Charter, which is in the addendum to the agenda that was, I think it was also put up there.
Okay.
I will second.
Is there a second?
But I would like to amend.
Okay, that'll be in discussion. Or do we have to? do
Okay,
that
now discussion's now, yeah.
Yeah, during discussion.
So
We
lay
can
the,
amend it.
lay the motion on the floor so we can
Okay.
discuss it.
On the
Okay,
floor.
we have a motion. We have a motion to approve the GRF Strategic Planning Committee Charter. Do I have a vote?
No discussion.
Discussion.
We have to vote on it first.
No. You have
No?
discussion before the vote.
So ask,
Okay, okay, all right, discussion.
Okay, I just would like to amend item 4 on the list, where it says, direct the managing agent to prepare a long-term strategic plan, to read, in cooperation with the managing agent, prepare a long-term strategic plan. I think we have to be involved in that function.
can you reread the changes? I'm confused.
On 4?
Yeah, on 4. Can you restate, can
I
you
stated
restate your
that
change?
it should read, in cooperation with the managing agent, prepare a long-term strategic plan, as opposed to direct them to do that.
Okay, so we move the word direct and add the words.
In cooperation
In
with,
cooperation.
The management agent, got it.
and prepare, strike the 2.
And prepare instead of to prepare.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
Okay, is there any other?
Yeah, I believe Bert's saying it should read, in cooperation with the managing agent, prepare a long-term strategic plan.
You
That
want
is correct.
You want a comma instead of an and? Okay.
Yeah.
We can
No,
get-
no comma, no, neither. I just wanted to say, read, managing agent prepare.
Well, in
Right.
cooperation with is a prepositional phrase, and you have to have a comma.
Why? No.
I'm sorry.
We're having an English lesson.
Yeah, English
yeah.
lesson.
Okay, Pat?
Yeah, my concern is, generally speaking, this is the first time I've seen this, and I think it probably is the first time most of the directors here have seen it. And it is my firm opinion, not that there's anything wrong with the substance of it, I'm not sure yet. I have not had a chance to analyze it. And I believe that we should be entitled to review, discuss, and analyze before we have a vote on something as important as this. Thank you.
Annette?
I have no problem voting on this now, and if we need any amendments, we can always bring it back. Thank you.
Okay. Judith?
I would add that this is on 28-day review, subject to 28-day review, and that would cover, because it is a policy change, and that's when we impose or execute the 28-day review, and that if we do that at the end of resolve further, include that part, then it'll cover Pat's question that we don't formalize it completely until after the 28-day review.
That's fine.
Yeah, so we can still use it during the month for the meeting and
Right,
everything.
so basically, we're doing an amendment to the motion.
Yeah, we could add that under resolve further, that this is subject to the 28-day review, just like we do on all of the other policy change.
Okay.
Good idea. Is that okay? Cheryl, you got that? Thank you.
We're doing it, okay, so
She knows,
we have to vote on the amendment to the motion. Do I have a vote in favor of the motion? Okay.
The motion is to put this on 28-day review.
Yes,
Yes.
in favor? Okay.
It's unanimous.
Any opposed? All right, so that's the amendment. Okay, so now I have to vote, we have to vote on the main motion to approve it. And Beth, you,
I just wanted to say that in the charter then, number 4, we changed, just a Scribner thing, we changed it over here, and the explanation, the staff report, then it should be changed here, the wording, in cooperation with the managing agent, so it's not the managing
That is where he
agent's doing
changed it, is on the resolution. That was a resolution change.
Oh, then it did.
Yeah, it was 4 on the resolution.
Both places, okay, good.
Yeah,
okay,
thank you.
so I have a motion to approve? Yay. Hey, I'm doing better. All right, in favor of the motion? We vote, yes. We're doing for the main motion now, okay? All right, everyone in favor? Okay, oppose? All right, the motion passed. All right, now we got a biggie here. We're going to entertain a motion to the GRF Capital Plan Priorities Gate 16 Driving Range Improvements Projects. So I understand, Siobhan, okay.
I'll kick things off this morning, Madam President.
Okay.
The item before you for consideration is the Gate 16 Driving Range Improvement Project. The proposed project is a maintenance project to rehabilitate the existing driving range, which has rapidly deteriorated over the past several years due to poor design and poor drainage. We request that the board affirm the funding and continuation of the proposed project due to the community benefits and employee safety. Tom McCrae, Senior Golf Operations Manager, and Brian Gruner, Recreation Director, are here to provide an overview of the project as well as to walk you through existing conditions. And I'll ask Tom to get us started this morning, please.
Good morning, everybody, and hope you all had a great weekend. My team didn't prevail, so I'm glad the meeting wasn't yesterday. We're here to talk about the driving range project. I think everybody has seen it, and over the past 4 or so years, the driving range has been allowed to deteriorate. When the water was shut off in an effort to save money on water costs at the driving range, and obviously what that causes is the death of the turf that was out there. So what has happened over the course of over the course of that time, the design did not allow for the dirt surfaces out there right now to be able to maintain its structure. So the grading has become much more severe along the right-hand side. We'll show you some pictures here in a little bit, and it continues to wash away the dirt that is in that area. What it creates is a very difficult area for my staff to collect the golf balls. And what it also causes during the wintertime is we get even a nominal amount of rain, as Sean Sincata is also here. If anybody has any questions about the agronomy that's out there, is we're forced to close the range. In 2019, the total days closure was right about 3 months total of the 12 months of the year. We were forced to be closed, not because it was actually raining on that day, because it had rained in days prior. Even a nominal amount of rain causes us to be closed for up to a week. And I remember we had some wet conditions early in the year and then in November that caused that. So, what we're really looking for, part of the design is to regrade the design to what it should be in an area that will actually contain the golf balls. Because when you look at, if you look at all the structures that are mentioned here, we have to replace the golf balls a lot because the balls are down the right-hand side. And what has to happen, my staff isn't quite hardy enough to go down that steep slope along the right-hand side between the driving range and Moulton Parkway. And so I have to pull the 16-person crew of Sean Sincata, the maintenance crew, who has a much hardier staff, to go down there 2 to 4 times a year, depending on how the weather is, depending on how the structure is, and depending on how our ball supplies are, to gather the balls that have been lost. Now, what we have to understand is that it's not balls that are flying over the fence. It's balls that are rolling through the fence. Because what happens, I was out there the other day with staff, is kind of monitoring what was going on, and what we noticed is somebody actually had a ball that landed in the middle of the driving range with a shape that we call a draw that was actually going toward the left-hand side that bounced, rolled all the way along the side and all the way down and popped up and bounced right through the fence down the hill. And those are the ones that were in the middle of the range. And so the balls, there are some balls that fly over the range, but a majority of those are going to fly through it. And that's a dangerous condition. And when it's dry in the summertime, what happens is the dust is blowing up into my staff's face, and they've actually spent some time up in HR discussing that with us. We're providing them with masks, so it's a safe-ish condition right now, but it's not sustainable. It's continuing to deteriorate. And what happens with our equipment is when all the water is running down this dirt surface, it creates ruts and canyons that we can patch it as we go, but it continues to get worse and worse as the rain falls or as the drainage there's a collection pool over at the nursery that collects a lot of the rain when it does rain, and that's our overflow. And where does it overflow? Onto the driving range. So part of the design is to redesign that to eliminate that drainage, to have it go down, actually subterranean, into a drainage system that goes down into the main storm drain. Now, once that does happen, what'll happen is when it does rain, we will be closed. If it's during a heavy rain, obviously people are going to stay inside when it's dry when it is raining. But then days after, we'll be closed a great deal less with the proper agronomy. I'm sorry, did you have a question?
Yes, I was going to wait till you were done. It has to do with the very last paragraph in this report, where it says there are options to be considered to accelerate the payback time on an investment. And this will go back to committee, is one of those options, and this was just a rumor, that since hardly anybody uses that range on the weekends, we could potentially rent that, open that range on the weekends to the public and get some of that return on our investment that way. This would be M&C, right?
Well, I think that really goes back to you folks and how you see the financial return required. I've operated a number of very, very busy golf courses in a number of different dynamics, and I think if that was the desire of the board, that is something that we could do. I think we've analyzed actually the utilization throughout in the last, at least for January so far, and there isn't a lot of open spaces, to be honest with you. I can provide that information to the board if you'd like it, but it is something that is potential.
Thank you.
If we were to find some open spaces. Yeah. So if you look at the picture that's kind of up on the board, this is if you can see kind of the ruts that are flowing. This is after a rainstorm. Those posts were actually sitting straight up before the rainstorm happened, but as the earth moved and as the rain happened, everything is now leaning off kilter, just a very poor look. And you can see all the ruts in the mud. Now this turf is, over the years, it's just been, it's not, you're not going to be able to grow grass on it the way that it is. It's going to have to be regraded, regrubbed, basically taking all the contaminants that are in the system. And unfortunately, a lot of the contaminants are the balls that have been pressed into the ground. What you'll see when they actually, hopefully when they do the regrading, what you'll see is you'll probably see about this deep of actual golf balls as part of the soil. And this is the area where everything drains currently. And you can see that it's kind of hard to see on the picture exactly the slope, but it's a very severe pitch from the left hand of that picture to the right. And that's where everything drains. And you can see, where the balls are. The balls are being washed down into this sump and everything. That's solid mud. We can't drive the cart in it. When we do try to push it to get it open for the residents so they can use the driving range, it's a very dangerous situation for our staff. And then when it dries out in the summer, we try to get a balance of not making it too wet to be slippery and muddy, but also keeping the dust down so it's not blowing into folks' face. But what happens in all those ruts that are created when we're driving our vehicle, it's extremely damaging to the equipment, and it's extremely damaging to the people. We've been fortunate so far that are in there being jarred about as they're trying to drive and do their job. And also, when balls are sitting in baskets and they're going like this, how effective do you think that really is in picking up golf balls? It's like taking a pogo stick to work and trying to keep your books in the basket. It's just not going to work. And this is the fence where all the balls fly through. We do patchwork repairs. I've been out there on numerous occasions with chicken wire down this left-hand side, as you can see, as it goes further down to try to keep the balls that are rolling along the ground contained. But then all the balls are actually that do get contained are lodged in that area. So what we're asking is to get the range back to where it should be. Get it to be obviously appealing. It's one of the first things I noticed when I came here is I walked out to the driving range, and based on the marvelous things that I saw everywhere else I went, I was surprised that it was to be allowed just to be that way. So that's really all I have. I'm going to pass it over to Brian to talk a little bit more about. Oops, I think I went too far. To talk a little bit more of the chronology, unless somebody has any questions of me. I'll be right here.
Thank you, Tom. Good morning, Madam President, Board Directors. I just want to give a brief overview on the history part of it in regards to the funding. In 2018 Capital Reserve Expenditure Plan, the board did approve $138,000 for a netting along Moulton on the golf course. And then in 2019, the board approved a $500,000 funding for the capital improvement project of the actual driving range. And at that point last year, we started working with a company called Community Design Group, and to do a full, design engineered layout of the new driving range. It actually started off when we initially started. The project came in at like $1 million, which was obviously way over budget. We really scaled it back down to as much as we can. Just to really do the essential needs of that improvement project, and that's really just the grading, the grubbing, and the irrigation, and then resodding the entire area. So the range essentially, as I just mentioned, is kind of regrading it, releveling it. We'll have 6 range targets out there, and then we'll have the smart irrigation system. And really, the key benefits out of this, what we're trying to achieve, is obviously number one is the safety for our staff of being out there and working in a safe condition that's not hazardous to their health. And that's really the most important part out of it. In addition to that, aesthetically, it'll be much more pleasing to the user, and also for potential new homeowners coming in. When they see a facility that's a dirt lot, the perception is not very good, and that considered. Also being right on Moulton, where there's a lot of traffic and a lot of eyes on that facility itself, it does, have an impact on people. So the estimated cost currently for the project is below budget, coming in at $471,000 with a contingency of $47,000, bringing it slightly above the $500,000. That's initially allocated for that project, not including the $138,000 that's for the netting. So all in all, we're looking at the project coming in at $540,000 potentially, but we have to go out to bid first to really get some solid numbers. These are estimates, and we would like to go out to bid and at least get a solid number that we can present to you, and then make a final decision on that. One of the alternate bids that are potential part of the package would be the practice chipping area that was excluded from from this project right now, and that could be an alternate depending on where the bids come back at. If the bids are coming back lower than expected, then we can add that back into the project. And this is just an off to the left-hand side by the tennis courts is a small little chipping area where we want to chip onto a green and have a sand trap where people can practice hitting out of a sand trap as well. And then in addition to that, it would be a conduit installation to facilitate a transmission line over to the nursery, which there's currently nothing there right now. And that's for electricity to the nursery center over there, which is right behind the driving range on the backside. So as Tom mentioned, there are some potential opportunities to really accelerate the payback period. Right now, if we were to initially raise, let's say, our our buckets that we're selling, which are right now are $1, $2, and $3 for a large bucket, $1 for a small, $2 for a medium, and then if we were to double that, let's go to $2, $4, and $6 for those buckets, the payback would be about 4.5 years for that project itself. Now, of course, that can be accelerated depending if we do open it to the public. There are options out there, and that's something that would have to be entertained by the board, and if they want to go in that direction, but there is a potential to really accelerate that much further. Other driving range fees for a bucket of balls is typically anywhere starting at $6 and going up to $15. So there's obviously a big spread in between what we're charging and what other facilities are charging outside of our community. So again, we want to affirm the approved funding continuation project of the driving range renovation project. And as Siobhan mentioned, this is something that kind of falls outside of the parameter where we need the other board's approval, as it is not an addition. We're not adding anything. We're not building anything. We're just basically renovating a current facility that's already in existence. So, thank you.
Jim?
Next week, we're going to have an M&C meeting, and this is going to be on our agenda. So I'd appreciate if we just hold off on this until next week, and we'll probably, we know a number of us have been out there and are aware of the situation, and something needs to be done, and we'll discuss this at our M&C meeting next week.
If that's a motion, I'll second it, and then I'll
Madam
tell you why.
President, if I may, before you move on, I just want to let you know that today you're acting on this item. You'll be looking at a list of projects for possible defunding,
Exactly.
and of which this is one of them. So we need you to make a decision as to whether you want to consider keeping this maintenance project on the list and not defunding it. And then right after this item, you will be discussing the entire list and making a decision on that. So.
Okay.
You need to let me speak. I was first.
Okay.
This is important, because this is exactly what I was going to say. These are almost out of order, because the very next item, C, 13C, is to approve, if you look at the list, 13C, page 3 of 4, we had already, M&C, at the special M&C meeting, decided to take this $540,995 off of the project log, because it is not an emergency, and we are looking to put money aside for Clubhouse 1, plus to get the PAC finished and bidded on, because that may be a little higher. So I don't want to, I guess, degrade the whole purpose of that M&C meeting, where if we're going to go one at a time on this project log and put them back on the project log when we're going to vote to take them all off, I said that doesn't make any sense. So I will be voting against any motion to approve this, only because the M&C already took it off the project log. And then they're going to bring it back up at the meeting next week, right?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I may provide some clarification, the MNC actually did not vote to include or not include this in.
It's a recommendation.
Staff had recommended that this particular project not be included on the list of projects to be defunded.
Right.
The MNC sent it to the board to make that final decision. So you will be, that's why the order of these two items. First, you heard about the issues related to safety and the wear and tear on this facility. Now, after you make a decision as to whether include or not include in the funding list that project, now you're going to be making a decision on the entire funding list. So it doesn't need to go back to the MNC, and the MNC did not make a decision other than send it to you with a recommendation for you to make a decision at this point.
Okay. If you read this document, there are two recommendations in this document. Okay, and I would definitely be against the first recommendation, which basically is talking for the approved funding. But if you read the last sentence, or the last paragraph of this report, it says there are other options which may be considered to accelerate the payback timeline at no expense to residents and without interfering with the residents' golf course and range experiences. Staff recommends that these options be explored at the committee level and any resulting committee recommendations be brought forward for board consideration. That is the second recommendation. I would approve the second recommendation and refer this back to the board, or to the committee, rather.
So, Madam President, if I may again, just to clarify that, I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Ernesto.
Yeah, it's so, the decision you need to make today is to whether you want to include this into the funding list or not. If you do decide to remove this from the defunding list, staff, at your direction, will consider other alternatives for enhancing the funding for this project. So that's what that's referring to is the alternate bid that Mr. Gruner referred to in his comments, that the item for the shipping area will be included as an alternate bid to the package. So depending on how those bids come in, that may or may not be removed to enhance the funding for this. But the decision that we're looking for you to make today is to fund it, yes.
So I'm going to make a motion.
That's exactly what I was going to say. We're asking for the board to decide on the funding issue today.
I have a couple of
Don't get
questions,
tricked
too.
into this. But I want to make a motion so we can continue discussion. I'm going to move that we do not approve the capital plan project for Gate 16 driving range improvement project at this time. And I'm hoping to get a second from Bert.
Bert, second, definitely.
Okay, and now we
Okay, discussion.
discuss other options.
I think, first of all, one of the things that's here that maybe wasn't our original consideration, and perhaps maybe, I don't know, Tom might be best to answer this, the idea, and when we maintain facilities or GRF, I'm not a big fan of raising prices on everybody. I noticed the plan in here to charge more for this in order to pay for it in 4.5 years. Do you feel that the golfers themselves are in favor of that?
Well, I really think that falls back to what your guys' view of how this finances would work out for a project like this. It's a project that, in my opinion, needs to happen, for a lot of different reasons. And do we feel that we're going to fund that through one source, or we're going to try to make that back through the fees? I think that's a decision that you folks should make.
Right, okay.
And it's not something that, at staff level, we make recommendations for what rates should be. Obviously, a rate for $1 for a small bucket, obviously the rates have never gone up.
Yeah.
Unless we charge 50 cents at some point in the past, but I don't think that's the case. But really just we have to decide on how we want to do that. Bringing in people from the outside, that's something that I could certainly work out if that's what the board wants to do. Whether or not that's a good idea is really up to you, not to us. Staff, we'll be more than happy to provide, the infrastructure to make that work however you want to do it.
I'm sorry, as a question, just one question why this works and how it would work. Perhaps Dennis Boudreau could help me because he's one of our advisors. Do you feel that if there's an alternative plan that might be cheaper, do you feel the golfers would rather pay the extra amount in order to do it this way at this time?
The only thing that I would say about that is we all have to remember this is a shared cost community.
Right.
We would be asking for people who use that facility, some small minority of this community, to pay for the entire cost.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the way this community was established.
Right.
So I think you
That
have
was
to
my
look at it as
question.
being a capital plan item, if that is appropriate, to be done. It needs to be done. The procedure needs to be taken care of. That place needs to be fixed. Is $500,000 the proper cost? I have no clue. But if that isn't the cost, or if it can be done for less, maybe we should. But do I think that the user should pay for the entire cost? Absolutely not.
Okay, thank you. If I can finish that, well, go ahead.
Beth and then Matt.
I think that with such a change in 2020 of the executive team here on GRF, and we have not been, I think this new board has not seen a copy of the Community Works Design Group plan. So I think you're operating at a huge disadvantage. And I really think you need to see a copy. I think every board member here needs to see a copy of that plan, along with the fact that maybe this should be referred back down to M&C with a carve-out provision that as we come up today to view the rest of the cuts, we not cut the golf, not saying yes or no that we will or we won't cut it till we all review the design. We go back to M&C, vote on it there, and bring it back, and we have that amount, since it's a carve-out of that amount of money, we come back and look at it for March. Because I just don't think with this drastic change of a board, I don't think Egon is the head now of M&C. Joe is now the chair of CAC. I just don't think that everybody's looked at the plan, and I think you need to do that. Thank you.
Beth?
Can I comment on the plan? Just a little background on the plan is when I hired, not I hired, but when I consulted with Casey O'Callahan as a golf course designer who initiated the initial design, not the actual plans that community did. You know, we had a design and we took in all the things that needed to happen, and then of course, I add at Brad's direction, Mr. Hudson's direction, you know, it made it a little bit more extravagant than it probably needed to be. We had shade covers and solar panels on the roofs and a whole bunch of different things. And now we've pared this thing all the way down to its bare bones. Right now, what we're looking at in the plans is the basics. You know, we have drainage proper, we have irrigation proper, we have the grading the way that it needs to be, we have a containment fence that goes along the perimeter. And we have the proper agronomy, you know, and once we get that established, and that's really all we've done at this point. We eliminated a lot of the targets, we eliminated bunkers that would have been purely aesthetic, and right now all we're dealing with is the ground that this grass is going to be sitting on. With this plan is going to be something that Sean and his crew is going to be able to maintain for years, hopefully decades. So that's the background of it.
Okay. Beth and then Joe. Okay, Beth?
I really think that we need to think deeply about this project. I think it's something that we really need to do. The two reasons that Brian said are clear. For safety reasons, this has to get done, and because aesthetic reasons, it's really a mess, and we need to be able to address it. I think we need to ask for some more research on options of funding it, how we can get it done, but I think it needs to get done. One of the options that we need to keep in the back of our mind is Village Community Fund. We could maybe ask them if they could raise some of the funds to be able to pay for part of this or whatever. That should be one of the options, and I think we need to really research options and not let go of this really important project.
Okay. I'm going to speak to my own motion again. I'm going to repeat my motion was not to approve this project at this time and send it back to M&C. And I just, $500,000 is a lot of money when we have infrastructure falling down all around us. I understand if we continue to use this area, there is a liability for employees, which, you know, really bothers me. I'm a big safety freak. So we need to make a decision if we just stop, don't use that equipment, but then we're paying a lot for people to pick up the balls by hand. So, but we need to look at the real safety items, like at the PAC. They want another $1 million for that. And if the bids come in high because of the market, we got to do it. We can't have them using the rigging and doing stuff on stage. Somebody's going to get killed. So right now, my motion was geared towards what do we have to fix today? And right now, it's the PAC, and then we can look at this before we do Clubhouse 1. But that's why I'm pushing for my motion.
Do we have anybody else?
I have a question for Ernesto. One of the concerns Ernesto was, and is, someday we could have a drought and shut the water off, and would it create, are the repairs and changes we making still stay in place if we ever have drought then rains? In other words, is this a very long-term type of solution? I haven't seen the actual plans, so I'll depend on you, but that was my thing. Is there anything that would cause this expenditure to then be lost, or you think no matter what happens, with the work being done, we'll maintain, other than perhaps having to replant some grass if we actually have a drought and turn the water off? This plan would last indefinitely, pretty much, for that facility?
Absolutely. The plans that you're requesting to see at the MSC level, they're very simple.
Okay.
It includes irrigation, it includes grass, it includes drainage. That's basically it. And your grading will accommodate some changes to the topography to create a swale so that we can address the drainage and to provide some steps for the targets. Very, very simple project. As Tom said, this is bare bones. This is basically, a bare bone project. The irrigation, to answer your question specifically, the irrigation will address any irrigation needs through drought or no drought.
Okay.
You can adjust that irrigation to provide enough water to maintain the grass that you planted. So it will be all inclusive in that sense. It'll provide the backbone on which staff can build to do other things to it. Some of the bells and whistles that are not in this project at all.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay, as Annette said, some of us have not seen the plan, but I have heard a lot of words, and one of the words I heard is cut and remove dirt and put it someplace else. Okay, as I say, I haven't seen the plan, so I don't know where you're taking it from and how much. But since I have a degree in geology, among other things, I'm a little concerned when you start cutting in California, okay? If you look at that first picture you showed, up behind this driving range is a whole line of buildings, all right? Do you know what happened when the city of Los Angeles made a small road cut in Palos Verdes for Crenshaw Boulevard? Do you any idea?
You want me to comment?
Please.
Okay. I'm a registered civil engineer, and I've designed millions of dollars in facilities. The grading that's being proposed with this project does not come anywhere near the toe of the slopes of those structures. So there will be absolutely no disturbance to those structures. The moving of the dirt in this site is a balance condition where we're not importing, we're not exporting. And as I said, we're away from the toe of those slopes, much farther than you really need for stability. So there's really no impact to any of those paths up on the hill.
No, all I'm talking about is, first of all, I haven't seen what you're cutting. And I just haven't seen it, so I can't comment on it. I'm just saying, when you cut in California, you can destabilize a hill and stuff starts happening after rain or after, sometimes immediately, sometimes after years. And I think our potential liability, since we're making this kind of a move, is huge when you think about destabilizing a hill. You see that all around here, over and over again.
Well, as I mentioned, we're not touching the hill. We're far away from the hill. We're far away from the toe of the slope of the hill. So if you see the hill like that, the bottom is called the toe. We're far away from the toe of the slope. All we're doing is moving dirt around where it currently exists within the range to be able to level the site and to provide proper drainage. It has nothing to do with stability of that hill. Again, I'm a registered engineer, and I can stamp these plans if you like me to. We also have a civil engineer that actually was part of the design process, and they put their registration stamp on it as well. So there'll be two of us in jail.
We have requests to speak from the audience.
Since there's a motion on the floor, you can take it. Yeah.
Okay.
I call to the podium Ron Allen.
Hi, guys. I do appreciate your service here. I don't get a chance to come here often, but I see the work you guys put in, and I personally appreciate it. I really do. I'm in favor of this project, and just as a resident here, I look at the golf course, and it needs repair. Addressing all the concerns of safety, I'm looking at it from a dollar standpoint. I look at what we spent on the bowling, the lawn bowling area, and I look at what we spent on the racquetball court, okay? And this project, to me, is in that same ballpark of money, but look at the participation that we have in golf versus those other projects. And we have a lot more people, okay, that are in our golfing community that are playing racquetball or lawn bowling. So it's going to affect this community a lot more than what we spent on the other projects. And number two, I forgot what I was going to say.
Did I scare you
That
that
went
much?
pretty
I'm
good,
sorry.
Yeah, welcome to the club.
All right.
He's not done yet, yeah.
Okay, that's my point. I think the money that we spent here is well spent. It's going to advance our community. It's going to show the people that we got a major commitment to the resort that they're buying into, and golf is a major part of it. And I thank you for your listening to me.
Okay.
And then
I call to the podium Dennis Bodral.
Okay.
Bert goes first before the speaker.
I think if I poll the board, there'd be nobody here that says, we don't have to do this. I think it has to be done. The question really is, is there a less costly way to resolve the safety issues? And perhaps what we need is an independent consultant separately to come in, look at the plan, and maybe we need to look at the plan in order to see if there's a less expensive way of doing this. The other problem that we're going to run into in any event is because this project currently is going to cost over $500,000, it's going to have to go to the mutuals. And so we're adding more time. Don't say no. That's. Tell me how you're not going to have to go to the mutuals, given the current rules.
It is a maintenance project. It is not new construction. It's not expansion of a use. It's an existing project that we need to rehabilitate.
Really?
No, that,
Okay,
no, I get to speak, director speak before the audience.
okay.
Judith.
So you're next? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Judith?
I want to respond to the last speaker. First of all, every director at this dais, someone asked me the other day, just last night,
No, I agree with you.
what is your goal as directors? And my answer was totally different than someone else's. My goal is to protect the GRF trust. That's our first priority, and if not, it should be the first priority of these directors. And if you guys haven't read the trust, you need to, because every time I'm asked to make a change or spend some money or touch a building, I always look, is it in the best interest of the trust? Because legally, that's our first fiduciary duty, is to the trust. And so, yes, I would love for you to have this, because yes, pickleball got something nice, and these people got something nice, and when the time's appropriate, you should get this as well. But the other question comes up, not enough people were given enough information before this decision, and we are looking to fix infrastructure, which is our first priority according to the trust. And so I think that's what most of us are looking for today, is where are our priorities? And legally, where do we stand? And are we going to get in trouble if we go this way or that way? And so that's the reason for my motion. And a lot of people don't realize, even before the bylaws, we have to follow the trust. And so we could go for, he can speak now, and then we'll go.
Okay, we'll take two more speakers, John, and then you. Okay.
That's not fair to the rest of us that have waited to speak.
Pardon?
I said, I don't feel that's fair to the rest of us who have waited to speak.
She wants more.
But are you going to speak on the golf?
Yeah, they have to speak on the motion on the floor.
Dennis
Yeah.
is first.
Well, how many people are wanting to speak
We
on
only
the
have
golf?
3 others that want to speak
Okay.
on this item.
That's okay.
Okay, I was not aware of.
They have to be speaking to the motion on the floor. Keep that correct.
Right.
Not to belabor what I said earlier, I too think the project should take place. And I do for 2 reasons. Number one, the safety issues involved with your staff, and also for the aesthetic, not the aesthetic, the use of the users. And that place gets used a lot. I don't think you'd be able to find much time on the weekends to allow anybody else to come in here to use it, even on weekends. And during the week, of course, not at all. So I am definitely for the project. My concern is the dollar amount, along with everybody else. Is this the most inexpensive way that we can do this process and do it correctly and safely? So that's basically mine, and just my little 2 cents worth on the shared cost concept. Pickleball doesn't pay for anything that they do. $300,000 we spent over there. $300,000 last year, 2 years ago. The lawn bowling, they don't pay. They don't have a fee. So let's be sure that we look at that from a shared cost concept. Don't make the users pay for the project.
I call to the podium Joan Milliman.
Joan Milliman, 969 3E. It seems to me we've got a problem of correcting emergencies. We have the golf on one side, we have the PAC on the other. They're both urgent projects, both of them. And it seems to me also that we can't afford to take out the golf project and let it float for another year, possibly, by going back to committee and then back to us. So I would speak against the motion to not fund it, but to proceed with the funding for the golf course and to allow the committee and the staff to work out how it's going to be paid for or whatever plan we need, but do not delete the funding now. I think it's important we think these things through because the safety factor on both projects is very important. Here we've got people who would like to use the driving range and they would use it every day. There are many people who do that. And at the same time, we have people who want to do performances in our PAC and they can't do the rigging backstage. So we are prevented from two moneymakers. Take it into consideration. We need to do both. And at this point, it seems to me that as far as what's on the elimination list, most of it is roofing or lighting. This is the only one that really asks for a safety measure to be taken, and I don't think we can delay it.
I call to the podium Diane Phelps.
Hi, 5587A. And I guess I'm coming up to reinforce what staff has said. One thing you can tell, well, this is something that was passed not by the last year's board, but the year before that, okay? And you can see that this is a golf project. And for those of you that are new, you may not realize this, but the rest of you know, if this is a golf project, this place would be packed with golfers. And it isn't, because this isn't a golf beautification issue. This is a safety issue for staff. And that's why it was asked. That was the way it was presented to us in 2018. That's what this is. And it has been funded. And so the idea that you haven't seen a lot of things, it's because they're not supporting putting it on. They've done that. You need to support a reason why you think it needs to come off. And it's there for staff purposes. It's there for safety of staff. And I just think that the idea that you think maybe it should be done a different way, you will get another chance. If you let it go out to bid, you'll be able to talk about it when the bids come in, right? You will talk about it. You will talk about it when it comes to signing a contract. And so it's not that this is your last word that you can ever say about this. But again, that this is something that has been on the books for safety reasons. And you just don't have a room packed full of golfers because it isn't a golfing project. It isn't a perk to the golfers. It's a necessary improvement that needs to be made, or excuse me, maintenance that needs to be made for staff. Thanks.
Okay, you get to.
Okay, just as chairman of the CAC, I mean, I support all the clubs and organizations. The situation with golf a couple of years ago, I was involved in this because I was involved in pickle and paddle tennis as well, is the meeting, not with our current CEO, one prior to that. Certainly there was something that was to be given to golf that would have cost as much as this that they lost because of the pickle and paddle tennis courts. And so they're very patient about that. This amount of money would have been spent with really very little approval needed. They would simply have had that done. So I think they've been really good, and that project probably saved a couple $1 million overall. And in terms of pickleball and paddle tennis down there, pickleball I think is about 350 members. Diane can correct me if I'm wrong. I know paddle tennis is about 120. So we have about 470 people taking up 1/3 of an acre. So that was a fairly efficient process there. But golf was very good about the fact former board member and resident had actually promised a certain area to someone to do, not the driving range, but chipping and all that type of thing, and that was lost to golf. So I'm not in favor of raising the prices to golf. If there's any reason to reevaluate this, if there's a cheaper option, perhaps we should look at it, but it's something that needs to be done. And if we reevaluate it, we can't take forever to do that either.
One last, because it's my motion. Okay, I just want to repeat my motion, and it is to take it off the list for now. I'm not saying forget about the project. Just because it's so high, send it back to M&C. They could work on a different cost, a more economical cost, and then bring it back with a new number. But because the agenda item following this one is the project log, if we leave $540,000 on there, no one's going to really make an effort to bring the cost down because they're going to say, oh, we've already budgeted for that. So I say we let them start from scratch and look at for staff to look for more economical ways to fix this emergency. And that's what my motion is about.
Okay, Jim?
Right. I have, as you know, I've recommended that we just wait until next week on this. And, but we do have one, a contractor, and we do have a fix for it right now. And I have the, a copy of that fix with a picture of it, and it's gorgeous. It's a beautiful thing. And in fact, it's so beautiful, it's more beautiful than our own, on our own golf course, and where we want it to look real nice. This is just a driving range. We don't need all these nice things on it. I'd like to get another bid or two on just to solve these safety issues and make this a nice place without all this golden trinkets and stuff hanging on.
We've got to start curtailing because...
Our lawyer is here at $400 an hour, and I am calling for the question. It requires 2/3 vote, and it is not debatable. It does need a second. Do I have a second?
I second.
To end debate. Thank you. So now we need a 2/3 vote, and there'll be no more discussion before we go to the vote. Madam President.
Okay, I'm asking for the vote, but I need for
2/3 vote.
Cheryl to repeat the motion so that everybody understands what the motion is.
The motion is to call for the question and to go to the vote. That's what we're voting
I know,
on
but what's
first.
the motion about?
That means we stop debate. That's what calling the question means. You stop debate. There's no more questions. No one else gets to speak in it. We have to have a 2/3 vote, and you go immediately to the vote.
Correct.
Okay.
We don't use it very often. But because our lawyer's sitting here at $400 an hour, and we're talking about money.
He's not charging us right
No,
now.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, I appreciate that.
I heard you say that.
I didn't know I got a raise.
Okay.
What is it?
So anyway, the motion is,
Voting on the,
on the question, we need 2/3 vote to stop debate.
okay, all right. Do I call for the motion?
Madam Chair, I ask that you vote on your screen to make sure the vote is
Okay.
accurate.
Correct. Thank you so much, Cheryl.
Actually, my
So-
screen isn't showing up.
No, it's
None of them
not.
are.
Mine is.
Because
I'm
you're
not
the
allowed to
chair. The chair only
Yeah, but
votes if there's a tie,
No, that's
Penny.
not,
No,
it's not
that-
voting on that.
And that's not true. She can vote on
That's
anything
not
she
the
thinks is
motion.
important.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a motion to stop debate, not vote on the.
This is the motion to stop the debate.
Yes.
This is not
Okay.
on the original motion.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
thank you.
motion is to stop the debate.
Correct.
Yeah, it says something
We
different.
need more votes.
You don't have a yes?
No, it says something different on here, though.
She didn't change it. Cheryl, it says on the top, the motion to approve the capital plan, but that's what,
The vote on my screen shows to call for the question.
okay, so this screen, well,
It's
mine's
wrong.
showing up there, so go ahead and hit your yes.
Not
Can
what
you
it says
just
on mine.
vote, and then I will make
she'll
sure it's
change it.
recorded
So it's a
properly?
stop debate.
Yes.
The screen is wrong, so we're not voting on the right thing.
Right. My screen
So
says
just use hand?
entertain a motion to approve the capital plan priorities.
So does mine.
Okay, so let's,
So I'm not voting on that.
okay. I call for a roll call.
By hand?
I call for a roll call vote,
Okay.
which means
Nope.
the secretary will call each name of a director, and they will give their vote when their name is called. Cheryl, do you want to do that, or you want our secretary?
Can't we just do it by raise of hands?
Yeah, we can, but nobody's listening.
Okay, so let's call for a vote. Let's do it by hand.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, all those in favor of stopping the discussion?
Put your
Wow.
hand up, Lynn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oppose?
Okay. So it does not pass by one,
Wow.
even if we
Okay.
counted you, so, okay.
Can I limit the amount of time we're going to talk on?
Yes,
Okay, because our lunch is getting cold.
it was 5 to 5. So it's well, no, it's 4 to 5.
Okay, all right.
Because we
Dawn?
got all the other.
It was 5 to 5, so Bunny has to vote to break the tie. I don't know how John voted.
All right, so, but we do have to limit the time on this.
Yes.
On this because we're going way over here. How many people really want to talk on this discussion at this point in time? So we only have one person? You have two? Okay, I think we can allow each of you 2 minutes. And then I hope at that point in time, we can go and vote on the motion. Okay?
Well, some of you people have spoken on this 2 or 3 times.
I
I'm just
know,
speaking on it once.
I know.
I don't support the motion at all. We've discussed this for the past 2 years for the benefit of you new people. This has it's taken a lot of time from
So did
staff.
you vote to
Don't interrupt me, please.
Okay.
This has been,
It's a point of
spent a
order.
lot of time by the past boards and by staff. We own that property up there. Right now, it looks horrible. If we own something, let's take care of it. You were going to put it off for a month or two? The price could go up. It's sure not going to go down. But it has to be fixed. Either fix it or close it.
Okay, the next speaker,
I have a point of order. I have a point of order that we're not clear on what the vote was, and I would like to ask Don, did he vote in favor of continuing the debate about it, or did he want to stop debate?
I voted to continue the debate.
Thank you. That was,
okay,
that's clear.
that's what I thought. Okay, so Dick?
Hi, Dick Ryder, 270D. I came into this meeting late, but what I heard was safety, and my ears went up. Because I sit on the VMS board, and when you mentioned safety and staff, I don't know what the issues are, but all I can tell you is that's what you should be focusing on. Because lawsuits arise, and we deal with them up at VMS. Somebody gets hurt, let me tell you, it'll cost you more than $500,000, big time. So again, I don't know what the safety concerns are, but if they are there, you better make that one of the primary considerations.
Okay, and I'll just comment to that. We already talked about that before you came in, and there's larger safety concerns with other projects where we need that money because there are other options to keep our resident, or employees from getting hurt over their pick. They're only going to get hurt if they use the machine to pick up the balls. So we're not going to use the machine. We'll just continue to pay them to pick up the balls by hand. So that has to be made clear. But, yeah, I know they don't.
You're out of order.
But
Off the
anyway,
subject.
so we did discuss the safety, this safety versus that safety and waiting.
Okay, is there anybody else going to speak as, okay, Yvonne?
You know, I understand the safety issues, but How can we talk intelligently or make a decision if we haven't even seen the plans?
Thank you.
Bingo. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
So, show me the plans, please.
Okay. So at this point in time, we have a motion, and you need to repeat the motion to us so that people understand what we're voting on.
Okay, the motion was made by Director Troutman, seconded by Director Moldow, to not provide funding for this project and to refer this item back to the M&C committee.
To find an alternative, more efficient option. Economical option.
We were going to,
No, we can't take any more. You don't have to take any.
yeah, we weren't going to take any more. I appreciate everything you say, but we weren't going to take any more. Okay. All right. So all those in favor of sending it, basically it's sending it back to M&C
And taking it off here.
and taking it off of the project log,
Okay.
please raise your hand, or do we have
Wait,
a,
Let's just raise our hands.
okay, please raise your hand.
Taking off the project log?
Well,
Because
because
that's
the
the next
project
agenda
log,
item.
it's on the next,
Agenda item.
on the
next
defunding
M&C.
project log.
So it goes back to M&C to get.
It'll go back to M&C, okay?
Okay. So you don't want to see the plan?
I want to see the plan.
Well, we can't see it today.
Something in between.
Yes, it goes back to M&C to see the
There's
plan.
no discussion during the vote.
Voting, no, it's over.
Okay, basically, what, just for clarification,
fails.
okay, my understanding is,
We're in the middle of the vote. Can I have who voted
Can't do
no
that, yeah.
before we talk about it?
okay,
Put your hands back up if you voted in favor of the motion.
How many
So she can
presidents
count
do
them.
we have?
okay.
Okay,
Back to committee.
okay.
Okay,
So-
so it
Goes
opposes,
back to discussion.
Now, I need a vote for who
No, no.
opposes, please.
Those
of
opposed?
those
Those that
opposed,
didn't put their arm
those
up are
opposed.
No, we didn't hear it.
Oh.
I'm sorry, there's so much confusion.
Can I have a raise?
There's
I
so
know
much
there's some
confusion. Would
confusion.
you please do this slower? And if you're going to have a show of hands, acknowledge who the show of hands is and the number count, and then let's go to the next, whether it's a yay or nay, so we have some clarification here. Okay, because we can't hear everybody, and there's been some talking there, so I just would like to have it just be clear, because I'm, at this, I've never been more confused. Thank you.
I have to agree with you. Yes.
For the fifth time, the motion I made was, because so many people are confused about what the plan was and we haven't seen it, to send it back to M&C so we can see the plan and they could discuss these other options for paying for it. And so, because the very next agenda item is to discuss whether we keep this on the project log or not, we move it from the project log because we don't want to spend $540,000 to do this. There's
That's
cheaper
not the
ways to
motion.
do it. And that's what the
Just
motion
make the
was.
Excuse me, we want the motion.
The motion is to defund this off the project log and send it back to M&C.
How?
Sixth time.
Period.
Okay.
We're gonna lose this.
Okay, those in favor?
3, 4.
Those opposed?
Let's see, they still, 1, 2, 3, okay.
Okay.
Okay, I think we need a new motion.
Yeah, because we go back.
Okay, we need,
yeah.
it didn't
Right.
pass, so
Back
we
to
need
discussion.
we need, but it didn't pass.
Right, so now we go back to discussion.
So we can go back to making a new motion.
Yep,
And so I would like to hear a new motion based upon taking it back to M&C and,
No,
You just vote that down.
that's not the motion. We just
we
voted that
did,
down.
okay,
She's
I
looking-
know there's some confusion here, but this motion was
I would
not
like to
passed.
make a motion that we approve the project.
I'll second it.
Okay, I've got, we can't approve the project.
Why?
It has to go back to M&C.
Does it?
You just said,
She's gonna lose the entire community.
He has
This
a
one
motion.
meeting,
He
this
can-
one
that's
is- we need-
Madam President, may I
Well, you
maybe
should have voted with
clear
us
this up a
instead
little
of
bit more? There's two things that I want to point out. There's been discussions about redesigning the project, perhaps, because you haven't seen the plans.
Right.
Are any of you golf course designers? Are any of you civil engineers? You hired a team of folks, you paid a lot of money to have this thing designed and conceptualized, and that has all been done, it's all been approved. You spent good money on that. Those people have de-scoped this project down to bare bones so that you can maintain an existing facility that you own. That's basically what it is. Again, I'm not really sure what information can be provided at the MNC at this point. There's really nothing. If you ask me to see what I can cut off of this project, it's basically down to bare bones. There's really not much you can cut. The only thing that we could cut is the putting area, and that's already going to be put in the contract as an alternate bid. So you can decide whether you want to do it or not. But other than that, it's essentially you have to provide drainage, you have to plant grass, and you have to move the dirt that you need to move to provide the proper drainage. That's basically it. There's nothing shiny on this project. So also I want to point out that this is not on the agenda for the upcoming MNC. So it would have to be put on a different agenda. So just wanted, hopefully that helps you make a call as to where you want to go with this. But this is a significant asset that you have that is falling apart.
And I would like the opportunity to reiterate what Ernesto said. This is a maintenance project at this point. There is nothing new, nothing added. It is maintaining an existing facility.
Okay, I disagree with Siobhan, only because GRF is not in the habit of really abiding by 2.1.4. And I don't disagree with the project at all, but 2.1.4 basically says that if it's over 500,000 and it's an improvement, and that means if it's an improvement, if there's any kind of improvement, okay, that it has to go to corporate members. And basically, the way I'm looking at it, if you want to hear my comments, is I think this is a necessary project. But I also think that M&C should have the opportunity with the new board members to be able to look at the project and be able to make a recommendation for approval. And that's where I'm coming from. I'm not trying to stop the project. We're not trying to stop the project. But there is some confusion here. So it makes me wonder whether we should just table it, send it back to M&C.
We have a motion on the floor.
Okay,
You don't need this if you put solar
Okay.
lighting in.
On the floor to just accept it as.
We need to vote first on the motion that's on the floor before you can make a motion to table it.
Expensive.
okay. We have a motion on the floor to accept the project as is. That's
approve
what
the
you're saying,
project.
Don, right? As is. All those in favor
We have, yeah.
to accept the project? Okay.
I'll go,
Seven.
end the thing.
Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, it passes then.
Then I have a comment.
Those opposed? You worked hard for this, that's all I can say.
But I have a comment.
All right, well,
And don't yell at us when you see the
Okay.
GRF bills.
We're all friends when we leave
excuse
here,
me.
okay?
Lenny, she has a comment.
And I just have a comment. And you said it yourself, that this isn't the last hurrah. We
Right.
get to
We
look
don't
at
have
it
any-
again
don't
and look at the
need
bids.
any lighting there,
Right.
So that's
right.
why I'm saying we need to go forward.
just during the day.
Okay,
It closes at 3:30.
I'm sorry.
well, okay, so the next motion, we're all done.
I was just going to comment.
Oh, you wanted to comment? Oh,
So,
okay.
I didn't mean it.
So can I make a comment?
Thank you that- I'm
No,
glad
you
that we
can't
were
all
in touch.
leave.
This issue is on the next agenda item as well, so if anyone still has we could. No.
Can't vote to
Just so you
refund
know, something could happen while you're gone.
Okay, the next
We're not going to get through.
Item on the agenda is to entertain the motion to approve GRF 2020 capital plan priorities. Do I have a motion on the board? Okay.
I move to accept the GRF 2020 capital plan project priorities project list as presented here. Do I have a second, Bert? This one.
But how can you do that when they've already said to approve
That's the
that
whole
other
point.
project?
That's the whole
But
point.
you
Yeah.
can.
Well, no,
Yeah.
it's because.
But they put it out of order. Yeah.
If I may, that if you look at the 2020 GRF, I'm sorry, if you look at the 2020 GRF project list, number 5, it says Gate 16 driving range improvements. And it says here, there is a combined balance of $402,795, and along with $138,000 available for this project. Staff does not recommend that the project be defunded. Okay, and it said here, the M&C does not want to defund, so when you're voting
Oh,
on
it says the M&C does.
No, it says, does not. It says the M&C
Does
committee.
want to.
Oh, I'm sorry, does want to
Thank
defund.
you.
I apologize. And so my question is, when we're voting on this, the way this is reading to me is this project is not going to be defunded. This project is okay, and we just voted on the project to go forward. And the money has already been in the budget for 2020.
I know.
So this isn't on the table.
So, Madam Chair, if I may. So if you look at the recommendation in your report,
Uh-huh.
the recommendation is to consider funding and defunding the GRF capital plan project listed in attachment 1, with the exception of Gate 16 Golf Driving Range Improvement Project. So this recommendation assumed that you were going to move forward with the range project, which is exactly what you did. So what will happen now that list will not include the range, which will generate, or not generate, but avail yourself of $1.8 million for other projects or whatever you may want to do with it. But it does not include the range project.
Thank you. Okay, there's a motion on the floor.
No, because there was no second, so there's no motion.
Okay, shall we have a new motion? Well, the motion will be that we will approve the GRF 2020 capital project plan priorities with staff's recommendation, with the exception of removing the driving range from the defund list. Is that am I clear there? Okay, so we need a motion on the floor.
I thought you were making the motion, but do you want me to make the motion?
I'm not supposed to make.
Oh, okay, I apologize. I'll make the motion then that,
Okay.
that the board approve the GRF 2020 capital plan project priorities, and however, it will continue the Gate 16 driving range improvement project. And so the total amount for defunding would be $1,814 for, excuse me, $1,814,411.
Is there a second?
Second with amendment.
Okay.
Okay, I'll
Do I
second
have-
that with an amendment. There was an item of lighting the employee parking lot in the maintenance area, which for $250,000, and I would like to amend that to read no more than $30,000.
Although that isn't on the
I think
defunding.
We have looked at that situation. We believe ideally that employee parking lot goes east to west. There are no trees at the parking lot, and we believe that it is an ideal location for solar lighting.
A point of order, that would not be,
Yeah, that's not
you
part of this
cannot
motion.
change this motion that way.
Can't
That's-
change it?
It cannot be an
because-
amendment, no.
Because it's on
The
a
project.
different subject.
Different-
It's still
different
on the
project.
project list.
Oh, so you can either remove it or what?
We're not asking to remove it.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, Ernesto's going to speak to that.
That project is not included in this.
Pardon?
That project is not included in this.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
That's the-
project, so the committee decided not to include it.
Right.
I'm not removing it.
No, we're not.
It's not on the list.
It's not on the list, right, okay. All right, Beth?
I'm wondering who put this list together? Is this suggestions from staff?
No, Special
From
M&C meeting.
The M&C committee, or from Ernesto's group, or both?
M&C approved it.
That's correct. So staff made some recommendations, and the committee reviewed the recommendations, and they made their own suggestions as well. So this is a composite of that.
Okay, so then the extension of my question is, so then if we vote, we're voting on this whole thing except for Gate 16 project. So what happens to these projects? Are they eliminated? Do
So-
we ever go back to them again?
If I may? So the intent was to take these projects and include them on the list of your capital for 2021. So they will not disappear. I mean, there's still a priority for GRF to fund this project at some point. They could be deferred. However, we will put them on the top of the list of your 2021 capital program.
Okay, so we can revisit some of these.
That is correct.
Right,
Yes.
right, always. Okay.
That's why I said we could have revisited number 5.
Okay, all right, where are we? I'm lost. We've had a motion, and now are we ready to vote?
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Will this money go towards Clubhouse 3?
It's actually a Betty question, but basically, my understanding is you can't change what's already budgeted for certain projects. And so by the end of the year, it will show a surplus, and then we'll be able to transfer that over to our reserves at the end of the year. That's my understanding, yes.
At the meeting, the people there, that was kind of part of the consideration, that
Right.
you slow some of these, some may disappear, some may come back, obviously, but that would help with the pack. That would
Yeah.
help with that.
How can we have?
Good.
Okay, Cheryl, tell me where we're at.
Director Sol made a motion, seconded by Director Moldow, to approve the capital plan projects priority list.
Okay, do I have, all in favor? We've had enough discussion, right? Okay, all in favor of the motion? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Any opposed? Okay, the motion passed. All right, the next one is to entertain the motion to approve community center hours adjustment. And just, that adjustment was basically to close the centers at 8 instead of 9, and to open earlier on Saturdays at 7. And there is a recommendation by staff, which also shows a cost savings by doing that. So do we have a motion?
I move that we accept this recommendation from staff.
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Discussion.
Okay, discussion. All right. And who's first? Jim?
No, I've never, I was.
Okay.
he was voting.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor then?
Ready to vote.
Okay. All right, so the motion passed. Thank you. Okay,
Proponent of the motion. Appreciate you getting to it. When is this change going to be effective?
we'll have to ask Brian.
Well, we have the
And
28 day,
Brian's
don't
right
we?
there.
Oh, do we have 28 days?
Not, okay.
If it's not on the 28th day, I mean, we can make it effective. We would like to give some notice to resident and the users, and we'd like to
Okay.
give at least a week's notice, if not, 10 days.
March 1.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay. Okay, the next one is to entertain a motion to approve revisions to the Community Activities Committee Charter. They're only minor changes, but this was already approved by the CAC committee. And so I need a motion on the floor to approve the revisions. Okay. You're making the motion to approve? Oh, you've got, okay, I'm sorry. Read it.
Too.
No, read it aloud, not read it for myself. Thank you.
Okay.
Resolution 90-20-XX, Community Activities Committee Charter. Whereas the Community Activities Committee has been established pursuant to Article 7 of Section 1.1.1 of the bylaws of this corporation. Now therefore be it resolved, February 4th, 2020, the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby assigns duties and responsibilities of this committee as follows. Perform the duties imposed upon all standing committees set forth in the current resolution entitled General Duties of Standing Committees. Develop and review programs and procedures. Utilize advice and assistance from the Recreation Department and make appropriate recommendations to the GRF Board for approval. Review the capital requirements, service level, and projected revenue related to Recreation Department operations and recommend appropriate action to the GRF Board for approval. Review and evaluate all budgeted requests for programs, equipment, etc., and recommend appropriate action to the Finance and the GRF Board, respectively, for approval. 5, review and evaluate existing rules and policies and recommend changes of the Recreation Department as appropriate to the GRF Board for approval. Evaluate and respond to suggestions and/or complaints regarding the use of modification or expansion of facilities designed to meet the recreation and social needs of the community. If said modifications or expansion requires all facilities, major reconstruction or potential relocation, all recommendations shall be forwarded to the appropriate committee for consideration and prioritization. Consider recommendations and encourage the participation of residents in the diverse recreational, social, educational, and cultural activities and programs provided and/or sponsored by this corporation. Establish ad hoc and/or subcommittees and/or study groups of CAC as needed. Consider their requests and recommendations subject to specific approval of the board or mutual boards if a joint committee. Review on a regular basis the Community Facilities Utilization Report and summarize the same as requested by the board. Review and analyze and develop information and proposals regarding the need for fees for the use of community facilities by residents, guests, and outside organizations. Evaluate and recommend policies and/or procedures to ensure safe, clean, and attractive recreational facilities and recommend changes as appropriate to the GRF Board for approval. Resolve further that the Resolution 90-14-57 adopted October 7, 2014 is hereby superseded and canceled, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized to, on behalf of the corporation, to carry out the purposes of this resolution. I recommend this resolution be entered for a vote of, approval.
Okay, he's making a motion for approval.
I second it.
Okay. All those in favor?
How about a discussion, first of all? Can we-
Okay.
Just a quick discussion. The very first sentence should also include 7.1.3 of the bylaws.
We can add that if you like.
Yes. If you'd like me to explain it, I will, but otherwise, it's
Okay.
fine.
Pardon? We can do that as an amendment to add 7.1.3.
Okay.
I have a question. Are we on agenda item 13F? It says
13E.
E. Okay, thank you, because I didn't see the right stuff here.
Right.
There we go. Thank you.
All right, so,
Do we have a second for that amendment?
yes,
I did.
all right. So now we're going to ask for a vote for the amendment. Pardon?
Discussion.
Um,
Discussion.
Okay, discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to add to what I've just said, that if we do not include it, then we're going in violation of our own bylaws.
Actually not, and I'll tell you why. Because the bylaws rule, always the bylaws rule, and all this does is help clarity to make sure that each charter and committee follow the bylaws. So that's what it does. It provides clarity. There is no way that even if it's not in there, that someone can go against our bylaws. That's my only comment. Okay,
Well, we have to ask Kelly now.
Yeah. Verify that?
We hear this.
Yes, obviously, committees cannot violate the bylaws.
Right, right. That's but for clarity, I think that we always should put it in our charters
Right.
to remind
And
people.
I have not been asked to review the charter or comment
know.
on it, so I'm speaking in broadest generalities.
Right, thank you. Okay. All right, are we ready for a vote? All those in favor? Okay, there's no opposed.
There's nothing here.
The next item on the agenda is to approve community activities equestrian center ad hoc committee. And I just want to make a comment on this. This committee will not take up staff's time. They will basically report whatever their findings and report it to the CAC for formal approval before it goes to the board. So could I have a motion to approve this committee? Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, do we have any discussion? Okay, you've got to come up here and only one person, because everybody can't speak on the same thing. We only need one person. So choose a spokesperson.
Okay, call to the podium Lynn Nicholson.
Actually, it's Sally that's coming up.
We each have something different to say. Good afternoon. This will take 2 minutes.
Sally.
If the Equestrian Center Ad Hoc Committee wants a knowledgeable and balanced equestrian center advisory group, that group needs to represent the entire equestrian center and not just the owners and boarders, such as myself. We ask that Susan Hembiger and Bunny Lipinski be added to the Equestrian Center Advisory Committee. Unlike the boarders and owners, these ladies take lessons, participate in group trail rides, help care for the 12 GRF horses, and are familiar with the upcoming programs and classes that are being developed for the Equestrian Center. In addition, Lynn Nicholson attended the CAC meeting and was selected for the committee. Her name was omitted in error from today's board's publication. So please return Lynn's name to that advisory committee list. Thank you. And they also said at the CAC meeting that there was no set number of advisors.
I think you have 3 hours waiting to speak.
Oh, okay. The only comment I'm going to make is the fact that this hasn't been reviewed with the people that wanted to be on the committee, but they all have to be members of our community. They have to be residents. They can't be non-residents. So you understand that, okay? All right. Go ahead and speak, but
Is this Lynn Nicholson?
No. Susan Hemberger?
I just need to keep track of who's speaking. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. 813Q via Alhambra. I'd like to request to be a participant on the Equestrian Center Ad Hoc Committee. I've been involved in the riding lesson program for almost 3 years, taking group lessons at least twice a week. I also volunteer twice a week or more to help with the care of our 12 GRF horses, so I know our herd very well. I also volunteer to help at the hoedown. I help at the Easter celebrations at the Equestrian Center. I've participated as a rider in the Equestrian Center Village Games and worked on and participated in the play days. I think I can bring a great perspective to the committee as a very active rider and volunteer. I'd enjoy the opportunity to share with you all the great things that are happening at the stables. I'd appreciate your consideration to add me onto this committee. Thank you.
Since I'm very involved in this, I'm not sure how many advisors that we can actually have on this committee.
The number of direct.
Pardon? I don't know if any can speak to our bylaws. I mean, I'm open, to be able to have a good working committee, and the fact that we're not going to have staff available, we may not have limitations, but I'm not sure about that. Okay.
One of the ladies was referring to a comment I made at the PAC meeting. Our bylaws do not restrict us to a number of advisors, and until I see it otherwise in the rules, I'm open to as many advisors as you needed. That's why I made that comment, and until the lawyer tells us otherwise, which he will. Thank you. Please now.
Board, bylaw section 7.1.3 addresses advisors. It requires that advisors be a mutual member. A resident is not sufficient, but there is no numerical limitation on that.
Okay, but we can have, okay, that's great, that's great.
So mutual
Yvonne-
member, you mean owner resident? What do you mean?
Mutual.
The
mutual re-
bylaw
yes,
specifically says a member of a mutual. So being merely a resident non-member is not sufficient.
Okay,
I'm not suggesting anybody requesting is that. I'm just simply clarifying what the bylaw says.
right. Do you have any comments, Yvonne? No?
They're all owners.
Right,
I'm not an
right.
owner. Oh, no, I'm an owner.
She's
I'm
an
not
owner
of a
of-
horse.
In the mutual. Yes.
I am a mutual.
Okay.
You own.
Okay.
Don't own a horse. I know you are.
Okay. Well, I just need to have all your names and who should she submit the names to? Basically to Brian and his staff, because they will be, they're basically recreation and helping us to adopt this committee. All right, 2 minutes.
Please state your name.
We're still waiting for lunch here. It's going to get cold.
Can you state?
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Lynn Nicholson, and I'm requesting to be put on the committee as well. I'm on the board of the Saddle Club.
Okay.
I'm at the Equestrian Center pretty much 6 days a week. I help care for, at the moment, 3 horses, and I'm on both sides of the Equestrian Center, both the riding and the boarding side. And I think it's a wonderful organization.
Thank you.
And activities are wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. The important thing is that you give your names to Brian's staff so that he has those names so that you can be notified, when there is a meeting. Okay. Bonnie? Bunny, this is my neighbor.
Yes, I'm
Whoever
another.
had 2 bunnies on the same street.
On one
Yeah.
street.
Yeah.
So to make this short, I also am a member of the Saddle
okay,
Club,
I'm sorry.
an active volunteer at the stables, and involved in the riding program. I would also like to be on the ad hoc committee to help bring a balanced representation. Bunny Lipinski, 5366B.
Okay. Bert?
Clarification, do ad hoc committees still require that there be a chair with 3 members of GRF, 2 members of each of the mutuals? Or is this some other exception that allows for less directors? Can you clarify that for us? our council?
It's an ad hoc committee, though.
That requirement then no longer applies.
Bert, which requirement?
If it's an ad hoc committee,
Yes.
the requirement that there be 3 directors from GRF, 2 from United, 2 from Third,
2-1.
no longer applies. Is that correct?
That is incorrect. The bylaw specifically says the committee must be composed in the same way as a standing committee.
Okay, so in that case, this is not valid,
It's the 3-2-2-1.
because we only are
Okay,
showing
so-
4 directors or 3 directors. You're coming up short. You're going to need 3 GRF member directors and 2 of each of
Okay, is
the
there
mutuals.
some way that we can just approve this and then, with the exception, okay, with the contingency, okay, that we added the appropriate numbers of the committees that we need?
Yeah, either.
Okay, can we do that?
But shouldn't we say, because it doesn't meet the bylaw standards or something like that, say why we're doing that?
Why we're doing the contingency?
Yeah. Because it doesn't meet the standards, bylaw standards.
Right, right.
So we need to come into conformance with bylaw standards, is what we need to do.
Right, but we're approving this with the contingency that we become compliant with the bylaw standards.
Right.
Okay.
We have to obey the bylaw.
Perhaps I make an amendment that we just
we
remove
have
the
no
recommended ad hoc committee members' names.
Pardon?
And that we remove the ad hoc committee member names and vote on the establishment of the committee.
Okay, okay. Beth?
I have a question about, this committee is going to review the equestrian center operations. And does that mean, because our job is policy, we don't do operations, staff does operations. So are we talking about policy, that this ad hoc committee is tasked to look at policy, or are they tasked to look at operations? Because if they're tasked to look at operations, that's not our job. We need to ask staff to look at operations.
Good point.
The way it's written is.
Okay, the committee is going to be looking at a lot of different things, and the basic purpose of it, the intent, is that we want to be able to attract more people to the equestrian center, because basically, there's a lot of stalls that are empty, the revenue is down, and so the main intent is to be able to work with a group and to be able to determine what we can do to attract people to our equestrian center and get the revenues up. So that's the main purpose, and a lot of it has to do with policy. But it doesn't mean that we are going to review operations, but yet, as you know, policy affects operations. Am I
Right,
making-
that's our job,
Yes.
to say what
Right.
the policy
But
is,
the
and then they
policy-
carry out the operations
Yeah,
in relation to the policy.
Right, right. Ed, am I clear? I don't know if I said it right, that's all I'm going to say. Okay. Okay, Annette?
Okay. So based upon that, is the equestrian ad hoc committee proposed a new ad hoc committee being considered by the board on February 4th of 2020 that would meet as needed to review equestrian center policy?
Yeah. The word
And that way, the policy, you might change that so it affects operations.
Right, right.
Okay, so the
That's what we're
word should be
saying.
policy, not operations.
Right,
All right.
right.
That's
Thank you.
my concern, right.
Okay, Mary?
Mary Stone, 356C. I think what you are not aware of, and I'm going to go back in history, is part of CAC in the past, they had advisory groups like golf and tennis. Yes, Don, I see you shaking your head. You remember those. And so we have, instead of calling it an ad hoc committee, which does require you meet the bylaw standards. If you call it an advisory group, it does not need to be composed of the same as a committee does. And that way you can have the actual people who participate in the equestrian center advising the community activities committee, and then the community activities committee reports to the board. So that's the kind of the way you do it, or that's the way we used to do it.
That sounds good. Pardon? Is there a provision for advisory committees? Kelly, you have to speak on that.
There is not. Your bylaws, Article 7, talk about two kinds of committees, a standing committee and a special or ad hoc committee. That's all you've got. So whether it's a standing or a special, it still has to comply with bylaw 7.1.1. There's no wiggle room.
Okay, we'll work out whatever we need to work out, but right now, I think the vote is to approve the committee, approve the ad hoc committee with the contingency to be able to apply by the bylaws, committee bylaws, and make sure that we have 3 GRF members on that committee. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so
United and third and 50.
I didn't hear.
May I suggest, Madam Chairperson, that instead of spelling out the numbers, just note that you're going to be in compliance. The committee will be composed in compliance with 7.1.1 of the GRF
Okay.
bylaws.
Okay. All right, thank you. Are we ready for a vote? Are you, okay?
I think what we're seeing here is a problem with the bylaws. Okay, we have the Energy Committee, we have other committees that do not conform for the real reason that we're looking for people that are going to do work. Okay, get involved, expertise, come back and make recommendations. And there's no provisions currently in the bylaws. And it seems to me that we really have to go back and consider the possibility of making an adjustment to the bylaws.
Well, we can't do it at this meeting. Not today. Okay.
Not in this vote, but yes. Yeah. Okay. And I agree with you. Okay. Okay, so tell me where we're at.
I agree, but we can recommend to the corporate members and seek their consideration. Currently, we're not doing anything, and so we're non-compliant.
Okay, tell me where we're at, Sil, and you want to speak?
I want to speak too.
Okay,
Had
done.
my hand up for a while.
Yes, why don't we just call it an advisory committee like Mary suggested instead of an ad hoc? Then you wouldn't need all these other people.
It's not, it's in violation of the bylaws.
Okay, the next one was Pat.
I just would like
Say that, yeah, I agree with what Bert has just said, that that's what we need to do, change the bylaws if we cannot conform to them. And we obviously cannot conform to them
because we've got about 3 different groups where we're not conforming. So we'll have to come out to the corporate members. It'd probably take 3 months to take care of it, but we could do that. Thank you.
Okay, who's the next person? All right, so Cheryl, again, please tell me where we're at.
You have a motion on the floor to approve the ad hoc committee to be in compliant with the bylaws.
Okay. We had a second on that, right? Yes. Okay. All those in favor? Oppose? Okay, great. We have an equestrian center ad hoc, and we will work out the details.
I just wanted to make sure that Cheryl switched the word from operations to policy.
Okay.
That's
okay.
all. That was critical.
Okay,
Thank you.
All right.
I will volunteer to be on
Pardon? Say it. What?
I will be on
Great, great. Okay. We have our third person for the directors. All right. Now, the next item is discussion on potential reduction of GRF committee meetings. And staff has a report on that. I don't know if everybody has read, but maybe you want to speak to it, Siobhan?
Sure. I want to draw your attention to the fact that an updated report was passed out, so you should have a standalone report. And what staff looked at was from the time in, I'm sorry, let me get to the right page. In February 2017, the GRF president at the time directed GRF committees to meet every other month, with the exception of the Communications Committee, which would continue to meet on a monthly basis. What that action did was reduce the number of board and committee meetings to 97 in 2017. In subsequent years, the number of GRF meetings has increased each year, and in last fiscal year, or last calendar year, 2019, there were 111 meetings, which was a 14.4% increase from the 97 meetings held in 2017. In comparison, the Third and United Mutual boards and committee meetings have been on a consistent decline, reducing the number of meetings each year. So the question was raised, is this the trajectory that GRF wants to continue on, increasing the number of meetings each year? I draw your attention to the page 4 of the report, which outlines recent new committees that have been added, committees, ad hoc committees, and so forth. So it appears that we are going to significantly increase the number of GRF committee meetings this year, and staff just wanted to point out this to the board and let them discuss and take action as appropriate.
Okay, Annette?
If I can speak on this issue, when I looked at this, basically, if we put all of the boards together, the GRF board along with the Third and United and even VMS, but if we just do Third and United and we do a combined total, the combined total of all meetings has been reduced 22%. And then if you add in the VMS, they went from meeting, anyway, they've reduced their meetings also. So the other thing I was looking at and considering this is we have stopped the Alternative Revenue Shared Cost Committee, and some of the additional things that you're counting in, such as the Purchasing Task Force, they'll only meet a couple more times and then they'll go away. So some of these things are like a bleep and then they go off the board. So that's just for us to consider. But right now, we're going through some major considerations for all the clubhouses, for everything that I just think, I think we're on the right path. Thank you.
If I could, I'd like to draw your attention, though, to 2 items. The Community Activities Committee, where it's proposed to increase the meetings frequency from 6 times a year to 12 times a year, and then the Strategic Planning Committee that was added today, which will have at least 6 meetings per year. So in some instances, yes, Annette is correct, and in others, there are some increases.
Okay.
I've got a couple of things. Is there a requirement that we need staff present at these meetings? Or just perhaps only administrative control or administrative assistance to take notes? Because that could certainly take, or reduce the amount of staff, take a load off. Certainly, for instance, you take the M&C committee, the other thing that's been done is the defunding of the projects, okay, certainly has lightened the load of staff. So that's a question, you know, if staff, if the committee feels that there's, or the committee chair feels that there's a need, if the workload is such that they perceive that it's going to be a prolonged committee, like what we incurred with energy. I mean, that committee went on for over 4 hours. So I think that we should be careful in how we word any resolution with regard to the length or the number of meetings that are held.
Is there any other comments? Okay, Pat?
Yeah, I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but I am going to say it because our attorney is here, and he will be able to say, well, no, you're totally wrong. And anyway, this was added, and it says the following agenda item was revised since the agenda packet was distributed. So the agenda packet was distributed, but it was distributed, the agenda was distributed later. And I believe you voted on it, that's true, but you voted on it being a Robert's Rule issue where you had to get 3/4 of the people. In actuality, it comes under Civil Code 4930, where it says the board may not discuss or take action on any item at a non-emergency meeting unless the item was placed on the agenda included in the notice that was distributed.
Pat, this item is 13G on the agenda that was
I
distributed.
know, but it was added, right?
No, it's a correction. It reflects the strategic planning committee.
Oh.
So it's just a correction, Pat.
That's just a correction, that's not that. Okay,
That's correct.
sorry, thank you.
And the only comment that I have on that is, some of these committees are short-term, like the purchasing. We were talking about the equestrian center, doesn't require staff, because we are trying to consider staff's time on here. And I think that we should be able to reconsider, how much time staff's required to be at some of these meetings, like Bert had suggested. So I like the idea of CAC meeting. That's the only one that we're basically increasing the time to 12 instead of 6. And I favor in doing that because there's so much work to be done. So any other comments? Beth, I'm sorry.
So what we're talking about is to have meetings and not have staff there to be able to.
Only when required, but not as a regular basis, no, not as a regular, except for the ad hoc. Equestrian Center is not going to require staff to be there.
So-
That's just an ad hoc.
Because we do policy and talk to staff about the operations, I would like to have Siobhan speak to that. I need some understanding of this.
Let me start with, we prepared this report at the request of one of the board members who wanted to see a snapshot of where we've been in terms of committee meetings. So that was the genesis of this. Staff definitely needs to attend all committee meetings because, as you indicate, we are responsible for the operations and implementing the policy set by the board. We need to be present at committee meetings. Perhaps some of these ad hoc committee meetings, we may not need to have quite a staff presence. But again, all committee meetings need to be staffed.
Okay, yeah. I agree.
Okay, is there any more discussion?
We don't, do we have a motion? I don't have a motion recorded.
I
So
don't think
can
we
we
have
have
a
a motion before we have discussion?
Okay, I want to look at, again, what is the motion? Because,
I would suggest we receive and file this report.
pardon?
I would suggest that the board simply receives and files this report.
I concur.
Yes, because it's only a discussion matter, it's not a entertain a motion matter.
Okay. So help me out here. We don't need a motion on this.
No, but I have a question. Are we going to have CAC meetings every month or not?
That's what I thought we were voting on, is to make, the reason for this, and another reason why staff brought this forward, is that to reduce the meetings was by vote at some time when Jeff Parker was, not Jeff Parker, but
John Parker.
John Parker, I'm sorry. When John Parker was president, there was a vote by the board to reduce the staff, to reduce the committees. So because of that, if we want to change any of the times when the committee meets, we have to vote on it. So,
Bunny, are you saying that I need to make a motion that CAC meet monthly and that your strategic planning meeting meet bi-monthly?
right.
All right, I make that motion.
Do I have a second? Okay, people are confused. I can tell by the looks on their face. Okay.
It's not on the agenda.
It's not an agenda item?
I didn't see this on your agenda board.
Well, it's basically the GRF committee meetings. It was brought up and there was a report. And the report was based upon reducing committee, how often they meet. Okay.
To answer, it's 13G on the agenda, but it's only a discussion. And I was in that meeting with John Parker, and so was Beth, where we spent all day prioritizing, and that was the meeting where we decided, and it was up to the individual chairs, do you mind going every other month? Do you mind going? But it wasn't a flat every other month. It was, or more frequently as needed. Do you remember that, Beth? So it's not so we don't have to, there's no resolution that says it has to be every other month. So,
Okay.
It would seem to me that the committee chairs know when or whether or not a meeting needs to be held. And it seems to me that perhaps what we need to do is have each committee chair a separate meeting of just the members. No, you don't even need staff, to come and discuss whether or not they believe that the committee needs to meet. If during the period it's going on, they find that there's not sufficient information or need for an exchange, okay, we cancel the meeting, okay, simple as that.
Right.
But, for instance, M&C, a lot of money is spent holding meetings every other month. With the amount of dollars that we spend on M&C, in my mind, okay, seems to be unacceptable. Okay, when we're spending such money, we need to know what's going on.
This was not intended to be an analysis of how frequently committees
Okay.
meet. This was simply a snapshot. Someone asked, how
Okay.
many meetings does GRF hold in a year? We provided the information. This was not to analyze how frequently meetings should meet.
Right.
Okay, so what I've determined from this is that we really do not have to vote on how often we meet.
Right.
It's basically the committee chairs work with staff, because we really do have to work with staff to know if they can meet our requirements. So, and I think most of the committees chairs have already done that. And I know that I talked to staff about CAC, and they said that they could work with that. So I don't know if I guess we don't need any further discussion on that, correct?
Correct. Just
Okay,
file it.
Maxine, I know you're just dying to talk, so.
Well,
Making sure.
This is an accidental conflict that appears in every monthly agenda. It says if something's on the agenda, wait till it comes up to speak. And then you're nicer than some, but we've had past presidents say, we're not going to vote so you don't get to speak. So, so thank goodness you're recognizing that. I just want to say that if you're looking at how many committees you have, if you're looking at how much time from staff it takes, and I certainly agree with Ms. Foster that we need staff at the regular committee meetings. They need to be there in person. We have a lot of new staff, they're learning about what's going on, and the ones that become more experienced will eventually be able to steer us when we get off the beaten path. They will become a much more active member of that committee. We need them there. It's a matter of labels. Mary Stone gave you an excellent one. Call some of your groups, what was it she said?
Advisors.
Advisory.
Right.
Advisory groups. United asked Bevans from Barbara Copley and I to head a study group one time. Advisory and study groups don't need staff persons there. They're collecting information to bring back to the committee. They're just supporting the committee. And therefore, you don't obligate your housing mutuals to send more people to more meetings. There are many times that what you need can be covered by a study group or an advisory group. Please keep that in mind. I think that could be very helpful. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. And I don't think we have any more discussion on this subject. We've already decided it'll go back to committee to work with staff, okay? So, we're taking a 10-minute break.
Now, there's one more item.
One more item, okay.
This is awfully.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. It's to entertain a motion to approve 2020 Recreation Policy Update Equestrian Center. And the only comment I'm going to make on that is, all it is a change as to how much is going to be charged for the horse trailers to store there. It was changed back to 160.
Excuse me, Madam President, we're on item 13H.
H, right. We're missing H.
Okay, I'm sorry, thank you, okay.
That,
All right, okay, we're going to entertain a motion to update the rules for GRF board meetings.
can I,
And,
can I?
okay,
Madam Chair, I believe that this is going to take some time. I have a number of comments that I would make with regard to how this was written, and I'm wondering if there's some way that we could defer this till the next month's meeting. Or we put it on next month's meeting agenda.
Right.
Table it, yeah.
Table it. And Beth?
I agree with Bert, and I would say, is there a way that we could know the changes? Usually when we're updating something, we see what the changes are. It's not noted in this report, and that would be good information to have.
By way of reference, Board, this is a brand-new document, so I had nothing to redline from. This is the first proposed meeting rules policy for GRF.
Kelly, actually, there was one from 2011 that we need to repeal and cancel.
Oh, I was not asked to compare that, yeah.
Monica?
I'm totally confused, but I just have a general question. How is the community notified of meetings for people who do not have access to emails or computers? It says, however, 4 days posted advance notice is always given.
Bunny?
It's in the code.
Does anyone want to speak on it?
Yes, I would like to.
Okay.
Hi. And today, there was a presentation by Eileen Paulin to say that in
Right.
February, the new Breeze magazine would come out. And in the Breeze magazine, there'll be a section that describes when the regular committee meetings are and the board meetings are for people of all the mutuals and, GRF.
Well,
So-
that's coming up, but I was just curious in the past how.
Well, what happened was we had to identify, and that's what Media and Communications was very busy with. We were trying to identify how to reach the unreachables, and that's what the magazine will do.
Okay, thank you.
In addition, Bunny?
Pardon?
I just want to add, in addition, okay, this information is published in the Globe. Okay, a number of people get that. It's put up on bulletin boards, in clubhouses. So there are many different ways in which we communicate with people about the meeting.
I understand that, but there's people who do not have way of getting to clubhouses or the bulletin boards.
How about the Globe?
Well, they don't just subscribe to the Globe, you pay for the Globe. A lot of people don't have the Globe.
I think
This magazine will be mailed to
Well, the
every
magazine
resident.
is just coming, I was just talking about
Yeah.
now.
Thank you. Okay, I think we need a motion to
We have
table.
2 more requests to speak.
Okay. Are they going to be speaking on the GRF rules? Because that's where we're at on the agenda.
I was going to speak, but it was already brought up.
I can't hear you at all.
He wants you to delete his request. Delete his request.
Okay. Okay, he says delete his request to speak? Okay. All right, thank you. All right, so basically, we're looking for a motion to table this at this point in time and then bring it back to the agenda.
Madam Chairperson, could I suggest a motion to postpone? So
Postpone,
that it is
yes.
set to a date certain? I think that was the intent of a couple of the speakers. So
Right.
technically, a motion to postpone to the March meeting.
Yes, yes. All,
I'd like to make a motion to postpone.
Second.
okay. Second? All those in favor? Great, the motion passed. We're getting through this.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, so the next one is to entertain a motion to approve the 2020 Recreation Policy Update Equestrian Center. So, like I said, the only change is the cost of storing a horse trailer. And that's it. So I just don't want there to be any confusion with the whole policy being in here. Yes,
I guess I'll make the motion so we can have discussion to approve.
okay,
Okay, now, I'm not going to vote for this because as I understand it at the CAC meeting, that figure that we're showing at 65% shared or subsidized. I think we voted it to be 50%, if you go back and look at the minutes.
Point of order. We're out of order, ma'am. There's a resolution that needs to be read by the secretary, please.
Pardon?
There's a resolution that needs to be read by the secretary first, please, before we make a motion. He needs to read the
True.
13.
Okay.
I'm trying not to interfere, but
You're right.
Okay.
You shouldn't have to read the whole policy, though. And I don't think he's aware of what the changes are. It's hard to read on here.
Yeah, I'll find the changes. Resolution 90-20-XX Equestrian Center Pricing Policy. I'm going to look for the changes and read those.
Is it right here where it says horse trailer
Under-
storage, horse,
Right.
yeah.
Under horse trailers and horse transportation fees, the first dot, it says, "The fee to store a horse shall be 50% of the charge for the recreational vehicle and RV storage lots."
It says 65%.
And that's the only change
That's
in
the
there.
only cross-out change that I see so far.
next page.
Under resolve further, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
The first paragraph.
Resolve further that this resolution shall be effective January 1, 2020, at which time retroactive billing for the 2020 storage fees will occur, and Resolution 90-15-02, adopted January 6, 2015, is hereby superseded and canceled.
You have to read the rest, resolve.
Okay. And resolve that the officers and agents of this corporation are directed on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution.
Okay.
February initial notification. Should the board endorse the proposed revision, staff recommends that a motion be made and seconded to accept the resolution and allow discussion to ensure that the resolution reads to the satisfaction of the board. Staff recommends that the board members postpone the resolution to the next available board meeting, no less than 28 days from the postponement to comply with Civil Code 4360. I'll move that these changes be adopted.
Bert,
I'll second it, but I'm not going to vote as it's written. And under horse boarding, we're talking about subsidizing, that costs 65%. Under lesson fees, we're talking about subsidizing 64%. Under trail ride fees, again, the subsidy is 64%. We only subsidize golf at 50%. Why in the world?
The golfers pay, I have the book right here. I think we only pay 38% and the golfers pay the rest. I'll look it up right now on page 63 and get you that answer. But my whole thing was Betty's on her way down here to address the 65% issue to see if that was an increase, stayed the same, or anything else, because I asked Brian Gruner, and so he has asked Betty to come down to speak on that. But as far as the golf goes, the percentage shared is 43%. The percentage fees that the golfers pay is 57%. Okay?
And how many people play golf versus how many people are in the equestrian center?
You know, I'm not a data bank, I'm sorry, but it's on page 63 of the 2020
I don't
and
have to raise
GRF
my
business
hand.
plan.
Sir, I need to speak to this, okay? This has already been approved by the board previously, the whole policy, okay? And what was agreed in a prior meeting was basically that we would go forward because it was important to reduce the cost on the horse trailer fee, but we are actually taking the rest of the policy back to CAC to review those fees. So I just wanted to brief everyone on where we're at on that. This policy was previously approved by the board, okay? So any changes, any recommended changes, make sure that the committee knows about it, okay? Thank you. All right, so do we have a motion? Cheryl, do we have a motion?
Yes, we do, to approve.
Okay. All those in favor to approve?
Who seconded? You have to have a second.
It was made by Director Garth Hoffner and seconded by Director Moldow.
Okay, thank you. So it's approved. Thank you.
Oh, where's the
It's-
vote?
We just voted.
Can we have the vote again? I did not get the vote.
You did not, okay. I asked how, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. Basically, we voted.
We did?
On to approve, and it was favorable.
We had a motion, so I repeated the motion, but we did not have a vote yet.
Yeah, we didn't vote.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, thank you.
Unanimous.
And then oppose? All right, thank you. It did pass.
And you have an abstention. Okay.
The next, number 14, says the board will take a 10-minute break.
Thank, oh,
How about 5 minutes?
Wow, this ended up taking way too long. Too much discussion.
problem. That's why I said.
Well, this is gonna be meeting from hell.
They think I'm out of order because I'm interrupting you all the time.
Because
you're They think I'm just interrupting you all
The morning meeting.
And that's what you didn't, but they don't know that.
And, I know.
That's why I said there should have been a public announcement
We've got a
saying,
ways to go to
I have
finish this
permission
one. We gotta go
to
to the
tell you,
afternoon
and they all
session.
think I'm having sidewalks. So that's why I could tell you,
Anyway,
you need
it's
to
like,
make it known to everybody that that's what I'm doing, is keeping my track. So they're not yelling at me for something I'm doing wrong, which I was told to do. No, you said it. You're allowed to. You're allowed to. You're an exception to the rule.
Talk to you later.
Yeah, I went online this week, I got 4 right here, between the pyramids and the chain. These are 1,600, these are where my mother gave them to me, but they're, I was so stupid, I was thinking it's St. Patrick's month. That's why I wrote that stupid thing right there, half asleep. I was gonna. I better apologize.
Okay, we're going to continue our meeting, and all we have now is committee reports, and everybody agreed that they would cut that short, except for Pat needs to report on the finance.
Except that Pat's also going to try and cut it short.
I know you can.
Okay, all
Keep it
right.
within 2 minutes. No, I'm
Okay,
joking.
that's good.
I'm
I like
joking.
that. Okay, so our first is the income statement, where we show that the actual assessment revenue was $30,999,000. Non-assessment revenue, $13,424,000 for total revenue of $44,423,000. Out of that, $43,363 were expenses, so the net revenue expense was $1,060,000. I'm going to go on to number 2. Number 2 shows the assessment revenue, $28,095. Non-assessment revenue, 8713. Total revenue, 36,805,000. Total expense, 37,604, for an operating surplus of 796,000. Okay, on to slide number 3. Wait a minute, where are we? You're on 4 and I'm on 3. Okay. Number 3 results in net revenue or expense of $822,000. And I do need to get together with Betty on that one to just, I think that is not quite correct. Okay, now, as far as our expenses were concerned, most of it is employee compensation, which accounts for $462,000. Favorable due to negotiated savings in the union. And then community events, $138,000. Legal fees, $613,000, unfavorable variance due to more legal activity than anticipated. Employment legal fees will be allocated between GRF, United, and Third. Okay, that's number 4. Go on to number 5. If I can find the darn thing. Okay, number 5 is total non-assessment revenue. This is a pie chart that shows that non-assessment revenue is $13,424,404. And that includes things like the trust facility fee was 32% of that. Then the golf operations, 12%. Recreation revenue, another 4%. And that is slide number 4. And slide number 5 shows the total expenses broken down. Of course, the employee compensation is the highest, representing 52%. 12% for cable franchise. Depreciation, 12%. Outside services, 9%. And that is that slide. Now, the next slide is slide number, which I can hardly read here, I'm sorry, number 7. Okay, number 7 shows the resale history. Now, there is not a chart on here as far as which is which, but one of them has to be United and one of them has to be, or is it the months? It's the months. It's all combined. Sorry, it's combined. And then we'll go on to number 8, which shows the fund balances, okay? The equipment fund balances, facilities, contingency, and the trust facilities fee, which totals $21,792,000. That is number 1. Then we're going on to number 9. We're on number 9 right now, I think. Number 9? Okay. The adjusted fund balances, which shows the equipment fund, the facilities fund, the contingency fund, and the trust facilities fee fund. Okay? Unfortunately, well, you've got all the different colors, so you know which is which. The facilities fund is the turquoise color. The equipment fund is the khaki color. And the trust facilities fee is the mustard color at the bottom for each of the 5 years, 2015 through 2019. Then we have fund encumbrances, where the total appropriations are $24,412,000, and the remaining encumbrances, $10,071,000. And I'm very pleased to say that that is the end of my presentation. And I hope nobody has any questions for me. But if they do, I will try and answer them. Thank you.
Okay, the next is a purchasing task force, and basically I am, since I'm the chair, we have a next scheduled meeting is February 10th, 1:30. It says to 4, but I hope it doesn't go that long in the boardroom. So the next report would be CAC. and that would be Joe.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to first thank Vice President Troutman for filling in for me last month while I was gone. I spent the holidays with my grandchildren. Basically, we're looking for, in the future, we have a couple of events coming up, the Village Games. I hope everybody signs up. The actual event will take place for most of the month of April. The sign-up comes up very soon here in February. So we encourage all the people in the clubs and the community who'd like to try a sport or play one now to participate in that event. Also with recreation, we have something coming up in May 19th, which will be an event that has been done here before in the past, but not in a few years. And we're going to have a meeting there where all the people can come in from all the clubs and organizations and present what they have. If they're soliciting members or just showing people what they have or what they do, but we offer to the community that way what we have here and physically see it and talk to people who actually do it. So that would be a great event for us, and we encourage all those people out there to attend, because this is not about just sports or arts and crafts. It's about everything we do here, whether it be, bridge or any type of activity we have at any of these clubs or organizations. So we really, really encourage that. I look forward in the year ahead working with staff and recreation to try to do as much as we can for the individual clubs to help them grow and thrive in what they do out there. But in the effort of expediency, I'll pass that on to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Maldo for landscaping.
Landscape did not beat this previous month, and the next meeting is going to be held February 12th at 1:30 p.m. in the boardroom.
Okay. And then we have M&C.
MNC is, right now, is spending a lot of time on Clubhouse One. We will establish a Clubhouse One Assessment Ad Hoc Committee next week in the meeting to come. Currently, we have a contractor analyzing the status of Clubhouse One, and there's a final report coming up, and hopefully will be it will be ready when we have our meeting next week. Also, we're discussing our project log items. We went through the whole thing in depth, and we're going forward this year. We agreed on 29 items on our log right now. So next meeting is February the 12th, which is next Thursday at 9.
No, 1:30. No. 9.
No, it's in the morning.
Right.
9:30.
9:30.
9:30. Sorry.
And that concludes my report. Well, anyway, that concludes my report.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. Pat?
Ernesto kindly gave my report. It was just about the difficulty we're having with the bidders because of the market. And so there is no other date scheduled until we get the bids back. Thank you.
You're next.
I'm
3
next.
minutes.
I claim more minutes because this is the first meeting that we had that I'm reporting on in over 4 months. So I think I get a little bit more to cover. The 10 Energy Task Force met. Things that were discussed was lighting, which involves both GRF United and Third. We discussed walkway lighting, buildings lighting, and street lighting. Next was the EV charging. Again, GRF United and Third have to address this. The committee agreed that this is something that has to go and be handled by the M&C committees, recommending that we have to look at this from the standpoint of convenience, and also recommending its importance that as more EV cars come into being, the ability to charge EV cars conveniently can affect the value of a property. Demand charging, and in fact, there were 3 things involved. The data analysis, basically. We need data analysis on demand charging. We needed data analysis on the data collection of conditioning of what's going on with the equipment that we have, monitoring, which is going to be provided by Melrock and is already provided under contract for the solar by Phoenix. And the electrical infrastructure needs to be. These are all things that really are crying out for an energy manager in this community. we need to be able to get information to make these decisions as to which way we have to go and what has to be done in order to upgrade our infrastructure in the community. We discussed solar and batteries. Under that, we mentioned or pointed out that the price of solar, since our installations, which ran $2.83, for instance, per third per watt, is now down in the range of under $2, and actually, Tesla is quoting $1 per watt. So there's been a significant decline in the cost of solar, which says that we should be bringing somebody in, and we've asked staff to do this, to discuss the current state of the community or the solar community, what its pricing is, what the financing is, and we expect to do that in the near future. Microgrids, that's still in front of us. We need this for disaster planning. We need to have a reliable energy source for the handicapped people and the people that require full-time electricity. You know, we say, oh, you got to provide your own ability, but there aren't mad batteries that exist that are not going to go much beyond 8 or 11 hours, okay? And the power company is now telling us we might expect power outages as long as 4 days due to fires. So we've got to do something in that area, and we're continuing to look at that. We're looking at the community choice aggregation to see that the community, for instance, Irvine and 2 other cities within Orange County are currently addressing community aggregation. And we're saying, why are we not looking at this for our residents, which has the capability of providing, again, availability of power independent of SCE and at a lower cost. So it's something we want to look at. I'll leave it at that for now, to keep it within the time limit.
Thank you so much. Okay. Director Soul?
The Golden Rain Foundation Meeting Communications Committee report, basically we met January 22nd. I believe that all the items on the report were covered today. We talked about the GRF eliminating the 2 sports channels and the savings for residents. We, Ms. Paulin spoke about and shared the mock-up for the new magazine and talked about the proposed editorial advisory board. The other thing is, you also mentioned, Bunny, about the broadband and the contracts that'll be discussed today over at Closed for the broadband consultant. And the magazine will solve the problem of reaching the unreachables. And the next meeting is, February the 19th at 9:30 a.m. here in the boardroom. Thank you so much. And that'll be a Wednesday because Monday is President's Day. Normally, we meet on the 3rd Monday, but because it's President's Day, we'll be meeting on Wednesday, February the 19th, 9:30.
Trustee Parrott?
Thrive has a new, like a motto. It's not, we have a logo, but this is not the logo. This is our motto for kindness time. Help make the village a kinder place. This was something that Mark Ruvinovich came up with for us, which we think is pretty cool. And so in the year of kindness that we're looking at, we're looking at acts of kindness which are unconditional acts of kindness. It's something, an act that someone does for someone else, not expecting something back for doing that. And it's not big things or little things, it's both big and little things. It can be that you smile and say hi to somebody as they're walking in the building, or it can be something really big that you do to help your neighbor move some furniture or something. So, and the other thing that we do have this month that's different for Thrive is this is the month of love, and kindness and love kind of go together. And so the TV station has put on a number of movies this month that are addressing love and kindness. So if you check your TV schedule, you'll find at least 5 or 6 new movies addressing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Director Troutman? I'd rather
Okay.
say Judith.
The Mobility and Vehicles Committee which are the buses. So if you're a bus rider, you want to be here tomorrow, February 5th, 1:30 here in the boardroom. And on the agenda, we're going to be discussing the new bus system we put in place. And yes, I really only hear from the complaints, and hardly anyone who loves it calls and tells me they love it. But it is a pilot program, don't forget. And one of the biggest complaints we're getting, and we already knew this, our address system here in the village is a dysfunctional address system. And I'll just use mine for example. I live on Calle Sonora. But if I were to call Lyft and tell them pick me up at 3011 and just tell them Laguna Woods, they go 3 blocks away to my cul-de-sac number, which is Villa Buena Vista. That's also my mailing address. I live 3 blocks from Villa Buena Vista. So I never get my pizza, or it's cold, or people don't show up for their appointment, because I'm one of those 25% here in the village that has a dysfunctional address. So if you're going to call the Journey program, tell them the pickup location, not your mailing address, unless you're lucky enough to have your front door right there on the street that coincides with your mailing address. So we're going to get with Eileen, and now with the new magazine coming out and different venues for communication, that we can tweak this a little better by notifying the residents that want to call a Lyft driver for the Journey program. Give him your pickup location. So I say, pick me up on Calle Sonora in front of the blue mailbox. And that's what I have to say, because otherwise they never find me. So that's the biggest problem we're having. So come tomorrow with your comments, 1:30 here in the boardroom. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Director Tibbetts.
Okay, thank you. Most of you know by now that Chief Moy is retiring, and he will probably be at our next meeting, and then after that, we will have a new chief. An update on our gate access program. Some of the gates were having problems. The bar would go up and stay up, but I hope that has been taken care of by now. I'm not sure. Gate 12 will be added hopefully by June. We are planning on purchasing about 5 or 6 additional radio antennas because the handheld radios we have now cannot reach the whole village. There are some spots that are radio dead, and we're getting stronger radios, so that should be taken care of within a couple of months. Homeless situation, we still get a few homeless people that come in. They have their favorite spots, staff knows where they are, and we're working on that. However, we do still have residents who will invite a couple in to spend the night. And I'm not sure if that's breaking the law or not. You can invite a guest in, but we kind of frown on it. Crime is extremely low in the village. However, it does happen. If you see something, say something. A phone call to security, you'd be surprised how much effort that they go through to take care of the problem. We had a theft of a new golf cart, expensive golf cart, and it was unlocked and unsecured, and it has not been found. Then Chief Moore gave us a very detailed report on different matters pertaining to the village, and we are a pretty safe community. This time we'll have traffic hearings by Director Egan.
Yeah, traffic hearings are held monthly so that people can protest any tickets that they got. This month, it was held on January the 15th, and a total of 8 people were scheduled to come, 7 showed up, and 3 items, pardon me, were handled by letter and photographs sent to us. Meeting was very short, but pleased with that anyway. Thank you.
All right, the next security meeting will be February 24th at 1:30 in this room. And that's our reports.
So, we have the future agenda items, all those listed under our future agenda items are resolutions on 28-day public review or items for the future board meeting. No action will be taken by the board on these agenda items at this meeting. So the board will take action on these items at a future meeting. So at this time, are there any director comments? Everybody wants to go last.
That's right.
Okay. All right, this meeting is adjourned. Recess.